Hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Welcome, welcome. We are going to get started in about 3 minutes. See you all here in a bit. I'm going to turn on my captions before Rascal has to remind me to. You'll get to listen to me clicking and typing for a minute. I could go on mute, but too lazy to find the button. All right, let's see if. Okay, I think captions are working now. Should have those for anybody that needs them or wants them. I always use captions when I'm watching stuff on streaming or, HBO, Netflix, whatever. Captions are definitely my friend, or even YouTube when captions are available on YouTube. Everyone had a good weekend so far. Putting the bot out of a job. Yep, yep. Occasionally I remember things. Hey, Lebeo Bob, welcome. How's it going? Hey, Big Suggs. Hey, Chris. Oh, thanks, Lebeo Bob. Yeah, this project that we're gonna do today, this was pretty fun. I enjoyed putting this together. It was a really good practice of the fundamentals of CRUD, and I actually learned some cool stuff. Nothing earth shattering, but just slightly streamlined ways to do things that I'm excited to share with you. So, hey, Honda Civic. Honda, did you already find the repo that we're going to use today? I thought I saw you had already started on GitHub. Beep, beep. Yeah. Hey, Korma. Yeah, CRUD ups are, that's exactly right, Rascal. CRUD ups are a great culmination of all our Legos. Hey, Xena. Hey, Jai. Yeah, Big Slugs, that's the idea, is that, yeah, we're going to be trying to get back into the swing of things, feel like kind of refresh our brains a little bit, and the clock has gone to 0, and we are going to go ahead and switch scenes here. I can find the button. All right. Hey! Welcome, everyone. Good to see you all. It is a very humid and gross day outside, so I was happy to be inside, and I'm happy to be streaming today. Um, I mean, the temperature is not too bad. It's just super humid. But for all of my UK and European friends, I hope you all are staying cool and staying safe from the heat wave. Um, yeah, I was definitely thinking about you all, and I hope everybody's able to stay hunkered down and healthy during the heat wave. Don't go outside and don't take your pets outside, especially not on pavement for the next few days. But I wish you all well. In Florida, outside is like a sauna. Yeah. Hey, Chizzy, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Feel free to stick around. Hey, daddies. Yeah. First stream, welcome in. Yeah, good to have you here. Right. Wow, chat's good. Chat is zooming today. I gotta catch up. Farmer says, "Mine hold my hand through this app." Well, that's the idea. We're gonna do a lot of back and forth. We're gonna do a lot of Q&A. I'm gonna be asking you guys to tell me what we need in certain places, and then I'm gonna be sharing some stuff with you. We're going to kind of try to do this as a collaborative effort to help with that active recall of some of the things we might be a little bit rusty on over the break, because over the break I know a lot of folks have been working on other things like getting a job and code wars and other things, and so we're going to kind of get it back into that full stack mindset. with this project. And this project is not crazy. It's not going to be as crazy as some of the other things that I've done. It's really meant to be just like ease us back into the mindset of what we're going to be doing, probably with Leon here very shortly. Oh, you're wrapping up a React tutorial. That's awesome. I can't wait to get into React. I deliberately haven't yet. I don't want to get too far ahead, just because I want my streams to stay accessible for everyone, including those who are catching up, but I am excited to learn React. Sounds really cool. EJ says, feeling a little rusty? Well, I hope we are going to be able to correct that today. Oh, Ty says, I love the user login VOD, ready for this CRUD app. Awesome. The sun is a deadly laser. Indeed it is, Rascal. Yeah. But the earth does have a blanket. I forget what the actual phrasing is from the video. Gopher says, how was your weekend? It was really good, actually. Yeah, really relaxing. My neighborhood had a little party, kind of just like a little quiet gathering, and we went around to different people's houses, and we had a little food, and there was a band, and yeah, it was really fun. The neighborhood association put it on. I says I played flag football this morning. That's ambitious. Hey, Kowaldi, welcome. Hey, Frazee. Yeah, you are right on time. It says they've been doing Banky. That's a great thing to have been doing over the break. Goofer, yeah, you got it deep into React. That's rad. Fred, oh, good. Okay, I'm glad you were looking. This was like the most requested thing that everybody wanted when I asked on Twitter and when I asked on stream, and so that's what we're gonna do today. Yeah, it was a block party. Very, you know, uh, composed and sedate block party, but it was still fun. Good food. It is a sriracha shirt. Yeah, I'm kind of yeah, I'm kind of in mourning for sriracha right now because it's out of stock in all the stores. I heard there was some big issue with the peppers and stuff like that, and sriracha is my favorite sauce of all time. And so I'm very sad, and I can't find it anywhere. I mean, I have 2 bottles, but still, it will run out, and I will be even sadder. Oh, thanks, Mohammed. Grat Kane, how long do you anticipate this stream will be? Well, most of my streams run between 3 hours and 4 hours. I cannot estimate any better than that. That's just the average. So, but we have breaks every hour at the top of each hour. And at any point, if you need to drop off, that's completely fine. This will be recorded as a VOD. It will first appear on my Twitch channel for a couple weeks, and then it will move to my YouTube channel. So !YouTube in chat. If you want a direct link to my YouTube channel, feel free to, take a look at some of my older videos that are there. Yeah, !YouTube for my YouTube channel, !Twitter for my Twitter. And I think I have a command set up for my GitHub as well, !GitHub for that. I don't remember, probably, who knows. Sriracha gang, indeed. A person came to your store at Trader Joe's and bought 40 units? That's like, well, at least where I am, it's about $4 or over $4 for a big bottle. So jeepers creepers, that's a lot of sriracha. Yeah, but anyway, so as much as I would love to talk about sriracha for the next, several hours, we are actually here to build an app today. Dropped $140. Wow, that is impressive. So yeah, today we're going to build a CRUD to-do app, and this app will allow us to input, edit, delete, and then store our tasks inside of MongoDB. Now that's directly behind my head, of course. I've made this mistake before, but let me move this a little bit over. There we go. And so if I refresh this, we will see that the same tasks that were in the app that we just looked at, they are all listed here in Mongo as well. And so we've done stuff like this before if you look at some of my older videos, but I think it's still good to practice the whole process, start from scratch, and build something that is functional. So that's what we're going to do today. Let me see if I can pin this back up. There we go. Yes, exactly. And that's a good point, Rascal. Today we are actually going to be using EJS for a functional purpose. So we're going to be using several things today. We're going to be using Node. We're going to be using Express. We're going to be using Mongoose, not MongoDB client. We're going to be using Mongoose because everybody uses Mongoose, and we should start feeling comfortable with it a little bit. Mongoose, EJS for real this time, not just for show. And I'm forgetting something. Hang on. What other thing are we going to be using? Oh, and we're going to be practicing with environment variables as well. Not crazy amount, but just reinforcing how we use environment variables and make them work. So for those of you who haven't seen one of my streams before, that's kind of the overview of the type of thing we're going to be using. And also too, if you want to follow along with today's stream, you should have at least one, you should have a MongoDB Atlas account and one cluster set up. So a free cluster is fine. And you don't need a database to start with. You can create one on the fly as we're doing this, but you do need to have at least a MongoDB account and a cluster, and know your password for that cluster to connect. This is going to be a big project. Well, I don't think it's going to be too crazy, actually. We'll see. So what is this app going to do? Well, it will allow us, this is the home page here. What it's going to allow us to do is to enter a new task. So my task title is going to be walk the dog, and the content is going to be take the dog to the park. Don't forget the treats. Okay, and when I hit add task, obviously that task is going to appear. It's probably behind my head. I apologize. That task is going to appear here at the bottom, and it'll be appended to the other tasks. And if I go back to Mongo, I'm just going to make this bigger. Y'all can't see it otherwise. If I go back to Mongo and I refresh my task list here, we'll see that the task has appeared in MongoDB down there at the bottom. So it's being stored. And then if I wanted to take one of these other tasks and modify it in some way, so if I want to modify this top task here, I can click the modify icon, and that takes me to a separate page where I can edit the item. Content 2, more content, the sequel. So if I want to edit it, I can just say that and then confirm. And that has edited the existing content. It doesn't replace the item. It just edits the existing content, and then that also gets ported up to Mongo. And then obviously, if I wanted to delete a task, I could do that just by clicking the X, and the task is deleted. So we're practicing all of the letters in CRUD here. And yeah, I think this is a great sort of full spectrum exercise that we're going to do. All right, let me catch up with chat. You love making to-do lists. That's awesome, Melissa. I need to be better at making to-do lists. I'm going to give you all a free hydrate here. Goofer asked, am I still using Cluster 0 from the Star Trek API app? Yes, I am. I just keep adding databases to it. Why would I build a new cluster? Don't need to. I can add as many databases as I want. So I just keep adding stuff to it. It's a mess right now, but that means I can reuse the connection string each time. Oh yes, Rascal, that's a great, thank you for reminding me. We're also going to use a little bit of Font Awesome to give us some icons here. See these fancy icons? Those are from Font Awesome, which is awesome in itself. Yeah, Eggs, that's a great point. Mongoose is going to make our connections, our setup a lot easier. We're just going to add a schema, and then we're going to add stuff to it. Yep, we're going to definitely take advantage of the schema builder in Mongoose. All right. Mavi, you are not late. We just started. Classic first project. Yeah, exactly, Hazel. This is probably not something that you're going to want to put in your like public GitHub repo or on your portfolio. I'm just going to be real there. This is probably not, this is a very standard type of project, a very boot campy project. But that's because it's a great way to teach these concepts. And so, but you probably don't want to have this on your public repo or on your public portfolio. You don't want to advertise it, I don't think. But still, that doesn't mean it's not a good thing to do. It's just one of those things that gets done a lot. So unless you modify it in some extreme way that makes it really cool and inventive, then absolutely advertise it. But yeah. Okay. So, see, I think I'm caught up on chat. Perfect. Okay, last thing before we get started, I want to thank a couple of people who subscribed between streams. So we've got Gravios Kazu. They subscribed with Prime 14 hours ago, so thank you, Gravios. Much appreciated. Spend those Bezos bucks, right? And then we've also got Evan Shaw. So thank you, Evan Shaw, for the subscription 3 days ago. Thought you'd sneak under the radar, but you didn't. So much appreciated, Evan Shaw. Thank you to all my subscribers. Yeah, and Rascal says they made a project like this yesterday. Great practice to knock off all the rust. Yeah, absolutely. Also subscribe to Rascal. Subscribe to Rascal on they have a great Twitch stream as well, and they're way better at this stuff than I am. So subscribe to Rascal. Also, they do really fun, inventive stuff. All right. Okay, so here we go. I think that was enough ado. Yeah, so let's go ahead and get started. What we're going to do first is let's just go ahead and start with the file that's going to be sort of the hub for all of the back and forth that we're going to be doing between our app and Mongo. And it's going to, so this file is going to kind of help us send communications, our CRUD operations, back and forth, and tell the information where it needs to go, and kind of help be our switchboard for our app. So let's go ahead in your base folder, go ahead and create a file called server.js. Okay, and now what we're going to do is we're going to start enabling some of the, oh, and also too, I'm assuming that you also have Node installed. You're going to need to have Node installed in order to do this project. So if you're new to my stream and you don't have Node, go and install it real quick and then come back. Won't work without Node. Okay, so now let's also open our terminal, and we're going to start installing some of the packages that we're going to be needing in order to make our app function. So go ahead and open your terminal. I'm going to use Bash for my terminal. So what's the first thing that I need to type in order to start installing packages? We're going to be doing a lot of Q&A in this stream. Be prepared. npm init, indeed. Y'all are quick on the draw. I like it. npm init. All right, and it's going to give you a list, and you can just kind of click through those for now and wait till it gives you your prompt again. Okay, perfect. And now, what are some of the other things that I might want to install? Doesn't have to be in any particular order. What are some of the other things that you think I might need for this project? Yep, Express, absolutely. What else? Yep, Mongoose, absolutely. Yeah, we've already done npm init. Yeah, .env, absolutely. Yep, EJS. Well, we don't. Yeah, EJS. Yep, absolutely. Yep. NodeMon, yeah, absolutely. I think you pretty much got them all. So let's go ahead and install those. So what we're going to do is we're just going to, I know normally I do them singly, but let's do them all together. Let's do them all at once. So we're going to do npm install. I know that's at the bottom of the screen. I'm sorry. Npm install express space mongoose space EJS space .env. And we can also install cores. We're just gonna keep it kind of local. We're gonna keep localhost here on this. I didn't need cores when I was building my version of this, but you know, it's not a bad idea to install it anyway. So we're just gonna install them all at once. There we go. Okay, and so our packages are installed. Now, what do I say if I want to? I also want to install NodeMon, because NodeMon is going to help our server refresh itself, right, while we're developing. But how do I if I want to install NodeMon as kind of a dev-only tool, what phrase would I use to install NodeMon in that way? Rather than just installing just saying npm install NodeMon, what do I need to say instead? Yeah, right. So we can do npm install nodemon -- save -dev. Exactly. And that's going to put it in the dev section of our package.json file. So we'll look at that in just a second because there's something else we'll need to do there. All right. Yeah. Nodemon save dev. Exactly. Got it. Make sure I didn't miss anything here. Yep. Perfect. Okay. Well, what does save do? That's a great question. So up until more recent versions of Node, I believe that you actually had to type -- save when you were installing any package, regardless of whether it was dev or not. With recent versions, that requirement has been removed because they assume if you're installing it, you want to save it. I think now you can specify if you don't want to save it for some reason, you can specify that. But by default, it assumes that you want to save that. But if you want to save it as dev, you still have to manually type save dev. But by default, you don't have to type save anymore. If you look at some older tutorials, they will have you type -- save after every installation. Yeah. So let's look at our package.json file. So once we initialized npm, it added these two files here. So let's go ahead and pop into our package.json file. And we can see that we have all of our dependencies here. And we have, yeah. All right. And we have, a couple of scripts here that we can use. And I'm going to do something, that normally what we would do is we would have like a dev script here. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to try this, is I'm going to try something a little different. I'm going to modify the start script, and I'm going to say, I can't spell, jeepers. Nodemon server.js, and we'll see if that works when I go to start my server. If it doesn't, I'll just do it the traditional way. But what this will do is it will allow me to type npm start and have Nodemon run my server for me. So once I've done that, I can go ahead and save. And what this is doing is it's basically creating a shortcut to allow Nodemon to run for us. Now, some people are maybe wondering, well, why don't we just install these globally so we only have to ever do it once? Personally, I think it's good practice to do it every time. That reminds you what packages you need and what they do. And you may not need every package for every project, and so just installing them locally is per project is better practice. Okay, so with that, we've installed everything that we need, and we've kind of configured our package.json file to do a quick launch for Nodemon for us. So let's go back to server.js, and let's start declaring some variables. Okay, so what do I say if I want to use Express, if I want to make use of that Express package that I installed? What do I say for my variable that I'm going to declare here? I want to use Express in my project, or sorry, in this server.js file. Yeah, exactly. We're going to do const express, and we need to require express. I'm not going to ask this for every single one, but I think it's good to go over the fundamentals of how we declare these variables to make them usable in our particular files. So const require express, there we go. And if I want to use the app keyword, what do I say in order to use that? In order to say like app.method. Use GitHub Copilot. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've heard it's pretty useful, but it's also good to know how to actually do this stuff by hand. Yeah, const app equals express, exactly. Const app equals express, perfect. Okay, and I'm going to declare a couple of other things here too. I'm going to go ahead and set up a port that we're going to be listening on. So I'm just going to say const port equals, I'm going to use 8,000. Well, actually, no, I'm going to use 8,500 because I already have my existing version of the app running on 8,500, or sorry, 8,000. So I need to pick up a different port. So got my port declared. And we're also going to use, for this project, we're also going to use something a little different than what we normally use. Normally we would use Mongo client to help us connect to MongoDB, but we're going to use Mongoose today instead. And it's not a big transition. It's just, it seems like the entire world uses Mongoose, and so we should probably start getting comfortable with it as well. So let's go ahead and say const Mongoose, here we go. And then we'll go ahead and require Mongoose as well. Require Mongoose, perfect. Okay. Mongoose, yeah, well, Hazel, that's what I've heard as well. Is that Mongoose is better, and that everybody, everybody on my streams is always asking, when I was using Mongo client, they're always asking, but Mongoose? Why aren't you using Mongoose? I'm like, I don't know. And so, yeah, we're going to switch to Mongoose here, and you won't find it to be very big of a change. It just allows you to do a few things more quickly and easily, and it gives us some extra functionality, such as schemas, as somebody mentioned earlier. Yeah. Schema power, indeed, Honda, yes. All right, so we've declared our variables. We're going to add another variable a little bit later. I'm just going to write a comment so I don't forget. But we're not going to add that just yet. So those are our variables. We've declared our variables, and I'm actually going to try to add some better comments today. Gosh dang it, I cannot spell. Oh boy, it's a sickness, I tell you. All right, so we declared our variables, perfect. Now we can start kind of setting up our oh, sorry, the last thing we need to add is we also need to start up our .env. We need to start being able to use .env. And .env, if you remember, .env is where we can store things that we kind of want to keep secret and out of our main files, such as our connection string to our MongoDB database. So how would I require .env? How would I set that up? Anybody know what I would say? Because it's a little bit different than setting up just a regular than the variables we've done so far. Yeah, exactly. We say require .env .config. And now what this will do is now we can create a .env file, which we will do in a little bit. And this will make sure that our server.js file is able to access that .env file, look in there for the variables that it needs, and then use those variables as it needs them, pretty much. Yeah. Okay, so we've declared all of our initial variables. And now let's fire up some middleware as well. So what middleware is it kind of helps deal with the traffic as it's moving to and from our various endpoints and our server. So it's going to kind of like help interpret things for us and tell the server where to look for certain things. And so if I want to use EJS, which we've talked about, EJS is essentially helps us turn JavaScript into HTML when it's rendered in the browser. So what do I need to do if I want to use EJS within my server.js file? Or sorry, like use my server.js file to render EJS. Rascal says, nobody look at my 800 JSON files powering some Code Wars leaderboard. That's awesome. Yeah, here, if anybody's having issues with the packages, I'm just going to copy and paste this comment for you so I don't have to switch away. So there you go. That tells you everything we've installed, and then the dev, how we installed NodeMon for us. Yeah, big sugs, exactly. And Charlie, good job. Yep. Yeah, so what we need to do in order to use EJS is we're gonna set middleware. So what we're gonna do there is we're gonna say app.set, and we need to set our view engine. And EJS is gonna be our view engine. And so we're saying view engine and then EJS. Okay. So that EJS is going to be our view engine. And we also want to, what we're also going to want to do is eventually store our CSS files inside of a public folder. And so that's going to be kind of what is, what our server.js is going to need to know. It's going to need to know where to look to get CSS and style files. And so we're going to want to put those inside of a public folder. And if we had just a plain HTML file, that's where we would put it as well. So I'm also going to set up my public folder. We've done this maybe a little bit less than some other things, so I'll go ahead and type this out, but I'm sure many of you know exactly what to do here. But we're going to say app.use express.static, static and public. Okay, so that's just saying, hey, Express, if you need some style sheets, then just go ahead and look in the public folder, which we're also going to set up here in a minute. EJS me hate. Well, this is not going to be intense EJS. It really isn't. It's going to be, we're going to use AJS, but it's going to be fairly straightforward and simple. Well, Zena, I would think you would. I would think you would need to set it to whatever templating language you're using at the time. Yeah. Although I haven't done it, so feel free to correct me on that. All right, so the last thing we're going to use is we're just going to the last thing in middleware we're going to set up here is our essentially our URL parser. So when we're sending paths back and forth and content, we need to set the URL encoded method for Express. URL encoded, and we're going to set that with the property of extended true. And so what this is essentially going to do is going to help validate the information that we're passing back and forth. Since it's user created, it could be anything. And so it's essentially, if I hover over it here, it's essentially making sure that we're passing the right kind of data back and forth. And this extended property here helps make sure that it basically allows us to pass more complex things such as arrays, I believe. I think arrays was the big thing, where if I had this set to false, it wouldn't allow us to like send up a JSON object with an array in it. I think that's true. Yeah, Frazee, you got it. Yeah, well, Frazee, in this case, I'm actually not going to need either of those. It's going to work without it, at least theoretically. We'll see. If I need to, I can put them in later, but I don't think we're going to need them. And I think the JSON thing, I wonder if that's because we're using Mongoose with schemas, but I didn't need to do the JSON parser there. Yeah. Could be because of Mongoose. We'll see. All right. So that's all the boring stuff, essentially. Big So says, oh, your full stack template VOD is wonderful. Oh, that's great. Yeah. And this is going to be somewhat similar, except we're going to actually build something that functions versus the full stack. We just kind of did the bare bones on purpose, right? But yeah, definitely check out my full stack template video where we just build a nice skeleton that you can reuse as you need to. Yeah. Okay, so we set our middleware. Now, what are the basic what are the fundamental Express methods that I'm going to need to use in my server.js file in order to, one, get a port going, and then two, actually render something? What are probably the two most important methods that I'll need? Yeah, app.listen. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, we're probably the two most important things that you're going to need, regardless of whether you're connecting to Mongo or whatever, are going to be app.listen and app.get. So we'll go ahead and start with app.listen to set up our server, and we'll make sure that it's able to run and such and all that stuff, right? So app.listen, that's going to help us initialize our server, and I'm going to set it to run on the port, and I declared that port to be 8500. So when I test it in the browser, then I'll just go to localhost 8500. So when that port fires up, what I like to do is add a console log in there to just say console log. Let's see. Well, I'm going to display the port. Server is running on port, and then I'm going to use a template literal to show the port number. There we go. So when we fire up the server, that will tell us in the console that it's running, so I don't have to check every single time. Tomas says, today I learned Node supports modules. No DDUs require. Yeah, I've heard that there's other ways to do this. Right now, require is the only thing we've learned. So I'm going to stick with that. But yeah, I've heard that there are better ways to do this. Yeah. So we've got our listen set up. Now, so we already talked about potentially needing, importing, yeah. So we already talked about, potentially needing some other methods as well, such as get. But what about if I want to connect to MongoDB? So previously, what we've used before is like MongoDB.connect or whatever. Using Mongoose is going to be very similar. In order to connect to Mongoose, in order to connect to MongoDB via Mongoose, really, we can just say mongoose.connect. Ta-da! And what I need to pass in is it's telling us what we need to pass in. So the first thing is that we need this URI, which the URI is essentially our connection string. And our connection string can be found within our MongoDB database. And I will show you where to get that in just a minute. So it's asking us for a connection string, and then it has us lets us use some options as well. So we can also pass in some connection options. And we're gonna, pass in a couple of those as well. So, but let's get our connection string. Okay. So where I find that is I can go to my MongoDB database or here in the browser, and I can go to, I need to go to my main cluster. So I can get there by clicking on database up in the top left corner and clicking on the connect button. And when I go to connect, what I'm going to want to say is connect your application. All right. And from there, what I can do is I can copy my connection string. Now, the first thing to notice here is that it does not populate your password for you. So your database, your account, in which case MindWolf, should have a unique password for your cluster. And so you're going to need to know that password and keep it kind of handy so that you can replace this password placeholder with your actual password. So go ahead and just copy this connection string, and we're going to need a place to put it. And so technically what I could do is just create a variable here in my variable list and put it here, right? Just say like, connection string equals whatever. But where should I put it instead? Yeah, and actually Pred already answered the question. I'm going to need to put it inside of a .env file, right? So where I'm going to put this connection string is I'm going to just go ahead and create a new file. Yeah, .env file, Goofer, exactly. Yep. So new file, and I'm going to call that file .env. And so this file is going to allow us to store some secret things and kind of keep our private connection string safe. Now, I'm going to expose my connection string here on stream because I'm going to end up changing the password right after the stream anyway. And this cluster that I have is very much just a practice cluster. There is nothing sensitive in there. However, I would highly suggest that you don't share your connection strings up to GitHub. Always add those to your gitignore file. But I found that if I don't share this .env file, people have a lot of trouble getting their Mongo connection to work. If I don't show exactly what I'm putting in there, that tends to, people just struggle. So that's what we're gonna do. And then I'll change the password. I've changed it so many times, it doesn't mean anything. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and create a variable called db connection. And from there, I'm going to add the entire connection string, replacing the password placeholder with the password for my cluster. Okay, so you can call this variable whatever you want. You'll just need to make sure that you're referencing it over in your server.js file. Okay, now don't forget to save your .env file. So I've saved it. And then I'm going to go ahead and go back to my server.js file. Now I know I'm going a little fast here, but I feel like this is stuff that we've done several times. However, if anybody needs me to slow down or has questions, feel free to ask literally anytime. I'm keeping one eye on chat. Not too hard for me. But yeah, so I am open to questions at any point, and I try to scan chat as I'm talking. So let me know if you have questions. Like I say, I'm going kind of fast just because we've done this type of setup before. So .env file is set up. My variable is in there. Now I'm going to go ahead and head back to my server.js and set up my connection. Am I still connecting to my Star Trek API? I am. Well, that's what my cluster is called. I accidentally named my whole cluster Star Trek API. And so, yeah, that's just what I'm still connecting to. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just got a bunch of junk in it now from every project I've done. So Charlie says 3 weeks ago, this wouldn't have been too fast, but I'm so rusty. Yeah, Charlie. So I can definitely, slow down a little bit and pause a little bit more. Blip says same minus Star Wars. Yeah, I understand that for some of us, you've been doing other things for the past 3 weeks and haven't really been building full stack apps. And so this is going to be that's why I wanted to do this today, to kind of ease folks back into the full stack mindset. Everybody's saying that there's his name Star Wars from the very first project that we did. Yeah, it doesn't, when you set up a new cluster, it's not very clear that you are that you're naming your entire cluster, right? It's not very clear about that. Okay, so we'll go ahead and connect. Now, what do I say if I want to access the variable that's currently stored inside of my .env file? I can't just say like db connection, whatever, and have my server.js file know where that variable is located. How do I guide my code to look in the appropriate location? Yeah. Process.env. Whatever, exactly. Yeah, so in this case, my variable is called db connection. So I'm just going to grab that. And I'm going to say process.env.db connection. Yeah, so this is telling Mongoose where to look for that connection, for that URI connection string. Oh, and one thing I forgot to mention, I do apologize. Let's go back to my .env file here real quick. So go ahead and put this in there. And the other thing that we need to do is we also need to specify specifically which database we're connecting to. So if I go back to MongoDB here and I go ahead and browse my collections, you'll see that. It might be behind my head. Okay, so you can see the list of databases at least. It doesn't really matter what the content is at this point, but it's very clear, right, that I have a lot of databases. I have a lot of databases in my cluster. And in my case, I want to specify that that my app should hit a certain database. And I'm going to go ahead and create a new database here. And I'm going to call it I'm going to call it to do tasks demo. And I'm going to create a collection name called tasks. And I'm just going to go ahead and instantiate this new database here. So it'll be a nice empty one right here. There's nothing in it. It's got 0 things in it. It's all nice and clean and shiny. Well, if I want to not only connect to the cluster, but also have Mongoose target this specific database, there's a way that I can do that. And what that does is it involves changing our connection string to make sure that it's connecting specifically to the database that I want to access. So I hope it's okay that I have a hyphen in here, but what I'm going to do is I'm modifying my connection string very slightly. So if I copy my connection string directly from Mongo, I believe it's going to have nothing in front of the question mark. So it'll look like, whoops. It should look like that, like mongodb.net/nothing and then a question mark. Okay. And so what I can do is I can put the name of my database, in this case, to do tasks -demo. I can put the name of my database inside my connection string and save it, and this will tell Mongoose to connect directly to that database. Because if I didn't do that, what it would do, it would just start dropping stuff into like a test database. And it's like, no, I don't want my stuff to go in test. I want it to go into a specific database that I have created for this purpose. And then a little bit later, we'll also specify how to put things into a specific collection within the database. If we remember, the hierarchy for Mongo is, when you're talking about this type of database, is essentially, you have a cluster, and then inside of that cluster, you can have multiple databases with kind of different subjects. And then inside of each database, you can have multiple clusters. And then what are the individual items within a, sorry, not clusters. I'm sorry, collections. Yeah. So it goes cluster, cluster, database, collection. And then what are the individual items inside of a collection called? What are the individual items inside of a collection called? Yeah. They are objects. That's true. Yeah. They're formatted like objects. Yeah. But they're called documents. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Devil. So Devil, we're actually going to specify the collection when we set up our schema a little bit later. But yeah, I'm sure there's other ways to do it as well. Yeah, we're going to specify our collection when we set up the schema in a little bit. Oh yeah, and also too, when you're setting, yeah, that's a great point, Zena. When you're setting up your .env file, it's not env like .js or anything like that. It's just straight .env, and it should be listed as plain text. You don't want it to have any sort of formatting on here, or have VS Code be trying to interpret it as anything. It's literally just a plain text file where our server.js file, or our server.js code can go in there and grab variables that it needs. So, yeah, so Devil, I guess I'm not familiar with that. I'm not saying, that you're wrong. I just haven't used auth source before. But yes, the smallest unit inside of the smallest unit of conglomeration inside of a MongoDB database is called a document. Yeah. Okay, so we've set up our .env file, we've added our database name, and I'm curious to see how this interprets the hyphen. I honestly have no idea, but I can always change the name or just create a new database if I need it, if it doesn't end up working. Okay, so we've set that up. It should be able to read in our DB connection. And now let's finish out our mongoose.connect statement and add we're gonna add an additional couple properties here. So we're going to find out real quick. Indeed. So the next thing I want to do is just specify that Mongoose should be using the use new URL URL parser true. Okay, so we're going to specify that as a property and have that be true. And the last thing we're going to do is also, I want it to, once it does finish that connection, I want it to console log that it's connected to the database. So, we're also going to console log. Just say connected to database. So Devil, originally I had unified topology in there, but I believe I Googled it earlier and it said it was no longer necessary, but I could be wrong. Yeah, and you can name your database whatever you would like. But yeah, Devil, I've made a lot of modifications to this, so I mean, hey, I could be wrong. I thought I saw something about it being deprecated, but I could be wrong. Either way, it does seem to work without it. So feel free to do your own research as to whether you need unified topology or not. We'll leave it out for now. We can always add it in if we need to. All right, so those are the only properties we're going to have for now. And should theoretically allow us to connect to our database. We shall find out, indeed. Yeah, eggs. Okay, thanks for confirming. I Googled earlier today and it seemed as though unified topology, which is in a lot of tutorials, it does seem that it is deprecated. Yeah, Devil, I believe it's still, I think it's set to, I believe it's set to true by default. Is that, because it just doesn't, the articles that I read said it's not even, you don't even need to add it in anymore, but who knows. We'll leave it out for now. For this teeny tiny app like this, it's really, some of these things don't need to be as strict as they would be maybe for if you were doing this, on a big app for reals. But I think it's still a good introduction anyway to the general process. Gotcha. Name the database whatever you like. Indeed. Yeah. Okay. So theoretically, we should have the basics of what we need to build the rest of the app. So let's go ahead and test our port and see if we can connect to our database. So down here in the terminal, I already set up the script that should theoretically allow me to connect quickly. If we recall, I have a start script in here that runs nodemon server.js. We'll see if I can get that to work. So what I'm going to do is just type npm start and see if I can connect to my port. Okay, so my server is running. And I'm aware that this message may not be completely accurate because I didn't set this up. I didn't set up my connection as an asynchronous function. But we're gonna play a little fast and loose here. Okay, so our port at least is running, and so if I were to go to localhost 8500 and I had something to render, theoretically I could go ahead and render something, and I would see it in my browser window. Okay, so this gives us the tools that we need. So let's go ahead and start setting up some infrastructure. Okay, so how's everybody feeling about just getting Mongoose and our port set up? We've done that a lot of times, but I understand that everybody's at different points in their journey. Okay, so definitely utilize what you see in your terminal. Utilize what you see in your terminal, daddies, to try and figure out what might have happened. Yeah, so the URL parser, so from what I understand, based on the fact that we are going to be taking in a lot of sort of user-created data, right? It's data entered in a form. It's going to help us make sure that what we're passing through matches the content type. So, if it expects text, then it should get text or whatever else. And the extended bit is going to allow us to pass things like arrays, more complex items like arrays. Not that we're going to be passing arrays, but everything working good. Okay. Zena says this was different syntax from what we've used in the past for setting up MongoDB. Yeah, but not that different, right? It still looks fairly similar. It's just because we're using Mongoose. But Mongoose is what the world uses, and so we're gonna, try to transition to that, and we're gonna make use of some of the unique features of Mongoose here in just a little bit. Yeah, because it's Mongoose. Exactly. So it's slightly different, but not too much. Right. This is everything working, cooking with gas. Good, good. Mongoose good, indeed. That's a good way of putting it, Devil. Exactly. Okay. So let's go ahead and set up something that we can potentially render to, start, putting together something visual that we can check and double check that our port is working and such and such. So Antosia, did you get a URI? So you got a URI error. Okay. A couple of things to check. Make sure that you have saved your .env file. Otherwise it can't access the variable if you didn't save it. Make sure that you've saved your .env file. And make sure that you paste it in the connection string just as it appears when you copied it from your MongoDB database. And also make sure that you replace the password with the password for your database. Okay, and if you need to reset that password, you can do that by clicking on database access and saying edit. And you can always reset that password and copy it and just drop it in there. So those are the three most common things I would say that trip people up on actually connecting. Are getting the password wrong, not saving your .env file, or oh, you'd give it a shot. Okay, great, yeah. Or forgetting to replace the password, that sort of thing. Yeah, that's what people tend to stumble at the first hurdle, which is why I paused for a second to see how people were doing. Who else got an error earlier? Daddies, how you doing? Did you get past your error? Okay, yeah. So check the same things that I just told Antasha to check. Well, if it's URI error, there's something wrong with the connection string. Do you make sure that that you have a database to connect to? So if you specify a particular database in your .env file, it should be one that you actually have. So if you're typing to do task -demo inside your connection string, but you don't actually have a database called that, it's not going to connect, right? So that's another thing to check as well. Okay. So we'll go ahead and keep on trucking while you're looking on Google, and hopefully you can use the magic of Google to find the answer there. Welcome, indeed. Okay, so let's go ahead and start setting up our the pages that we're actually going to be rendering. So Blip says, what do you think about putting app.listen inside of the MongoDB connection callback? I got a lot of crashes practicing making an app before without doing that because the server can receive a request that tries to use a MongoDB method before MongoDB is connected otherwise. Yeah, and I think if you've seen any of my past VODs, I've actually done it both ways quite a bit, just kind of experimenting. Yeah, I've done it having the listen inside of the Mongo Connect or outside. I guess I haven't had that problem with with the crashing and trying to use methods that rely on something that doesn't exist yet. But maybe it's just because I have pretty fast internet, so maybe that's a privilege thing. Yeah, you can put your app.listen inside of your callback on your connection, and that may be better practice. But yeah, I've done it both ways. So I guess I don't really have an opinion because I haven't had the problem, but I could definitely see how that could happen. DB slow sometimes, yeah, sometimes. Hey there, Alamika. Welcome to the stream. We are building a full-stack CRUD app today, so you're welcome to stick around if you would like to. Yeah, Devil, it's usually pretty fast for me, but again, that could just be based on location and a lot of different factors. And so, yeah, you can definitely modify this to put your app.listen inside of your Mongoose Connect. Yeah. You can, and yeah, you can self-host Mongo as well. For 100 devs, which is the course that a lot of us are enrolled in, we are using exclusively Mongo Atlas. So that's why I kind of stick with that. But yes, you can absolutely self-host your own databases as well, and that will allow you to use things like Mongosh in the shell or in the terminal, and do some other things locally as well. Yeah. Okay, so let's set up some structure. So if I want to create a couple of EJS files, where do I need to put those files? Can I just say new file and then, index.ejs? We'll take a break in just a couple minutes, Zena. I just want to create these couple files, and then then it will be break time. Oh, yeah, okay. We've got a couple differing opinions there. Haha. Where does it need to go? Does it need to go in views, or does it need to go in public? Hmm. Views, yes. It seems like views ran out. Yep, one out. And yeah, we're gonna dump them into a views folder. Now, if I just had plain HTML, then yeah, I could absolutely put it inside of a public folder along with my style sheets. But in this case, yes, exactly, Tame Mister. We need to put our EJS in a views folder. Yep, that's where it's going to be looking for it. But yes, if we had some static files, then those would go inside of a public folder. So we're going to create a new folder here at the root called views. And inside of views, I'm going to go ahead and put 2 EJS files. Oh, and Natasha, congratulations. I think I saw that you got yours working, so great work. I'm going to put inside of here, I'm going to put index.ejs. And I'm going to put another file called edit.ejs. So these are going to be the 2 pages that are going to be user facing, and they're going to be EJS because we are going to be sort of dynamically rendering the page based on the content of our MongoDB database. So that content might change depending on how many tasks we have on our list. And so a nice convenient way to do that easily is using EJS to just grab those items and render them as HTML. Devil, yes, we are actually going to use EJS this time. Nothing too intense, but just basically grabbing the items and rendering them that way. Oh, you didn't have your parentheses. Okay, great. You figured it out, daddies. That's rad. Good Googling, good troubleshooting. That is a skill. Troubleshooting is definitely a skill. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to look in views by default for these EJS files. Okay, and as somebody mentioned, as Zena mentioned earlier, it is time for a break. So let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Oh no, daddies, I think you did awesome. I think you troubleshooted your issue and you know, went to Google and you Googled the heck out of it until you found the answer, and that's a massive skill to have. Yep, it's break time, so we're going to take 5 minutes, and I will see you all back here in 5. And when we get back from break, what we're going to do is, kind of continue setting up our structure, set up our schema for the data that we're going to be passing back and forth, and also set up our public folder for our style sheets. So FEO, so you can see the names right here. It might be a little bit small, and I apologize. But yeah, you can see the names there. One is called edit.ejs. The other one is called index.ejs. Yeah. Hey, Vampy, welcome back. So Vampy, you can, kind of catch up with us, you can always catch up with us if you would like. The VOD is currently available. You can actually rewind it and go back to the beginning if you would like, or you can just catch the whole VOD a little bit later. All right, break time. 5-minute timer. I'll reset it for you. There we go. And I'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Oh yes, and Rascal also just linked the GitHub for the completed code. I would highly suggest that you code along with me. It'll be much better practice than looking at the finished project. However, if you get stuck or if you would like to catch up, then definitely take a look at the completed code and get yourself back on your feet. All right, see you back here shortly. All right, come on back. Got about 30 seconds left. See you all back here in just a minute. I'll stop the timer before it gets to 0 so it doesn't beep at you. Right. Okay. So the timer has run out and it is time to get back to it. Let's go. All right. Welcome back, folks. Okay. So we've got our port going. We've got our database connection going. And we've got our environment variables set up. We also set up our views folder where we can put our index.ejs and edit.ejs, which are the two pages that we're going to be displaying to users. So what crucial elements are we missing here as far as just like structurally, just like the basics of any app? What is the thing that we don't yet have? We're gonna get there. Yes, we are gonna get there in just a little bit. I'm thinking, think bigger. Think. Yeah, pred exactly. So we need a style sheet, right? Well, we need a place to put a style sheet. And so since I am, doing a full CRUD full stack setup here, somebody mentioned earlier, where do I want to put my files that are static? So I put my EJS files inside of the views folder, but that's not where I put my style sheet. Where do I want to put my style sheet? Yeah, I need a public folder to put my style sheet into. Exactly. So just like with my views folder, I'm going to have another folder at the root called public. Okay, and inside of public is where I'm going to put my style.css. We haven't put anything in here yet. We're just kind of getting our structure set up so that we have it and we can reference it as we're building out our code. But believe me, we actually are going to be adding some CSS this time. I know I don't do CSS on every project, but y'all get something special. You actually get CSS from me today. So be happy. Yes. All right, so style.css goes in the public folder. And again, if we had an HTML file, just plain old HTML, we would put it in here as well. Because if you remember, inside of our server.js, we said that for static files, we would use the public folder. So we already declared that. Call back to you olden days, we see some CSS. Yeah, I know. I'm not happy about it, but that's what you get. No, I'm kidding. We got to keep up our CSS skills, right? Yeah. And it looks much better with CSS. But, woo-woo minds you. Yeah, y'all know it's not my favorite. But we can't all have, Times New Roman black and white apps. So they got to look good sometimes. All right, so we've got our basic structure here. So we've kind of set up our basic folder structure. Now let's think about some of the basic structures that we're gonna want to have for. Let's see. Well, I'm trying to think which one I want to do first. Now let's go ahead and let's think about basic structures in general. So let's think about how we want our database to look. So in general, when I am passing things into my database, right, into my MongoDB database here, my database items are going to have kind of a set structure. My documents, I want my documents to have a set structure so that when I want to pull down those documents later, they are, all going to look the same, and my code is going to be able to reference them. They're going to have the same keys, and I could, they'll have the same framework, the same foundation, the same format. And so one of the things that Mongoose can allow us to do is create schemas and models for the database. Sorry, my dog is scratching himself and his collar is jingling. Bud, hey, quit, please. Thank you. So one of the things that Mongoose is going to allow us to do is kind of create a scaffolding, a foundation that is going to format each of the documents that we're passing in to MongoDB exactly the same way. Dunkelbunt, welcome. We are using the Mern stack today. Yep. Mern, indeed. Yeah. So this is going to be something slightly new and different, but I think you'll start to see, it seems fairly logical once we start setting it up. Oh, and he's decided to leave. Okay, well, goodbye, I guess. Okay, so let's go ahead and create one more folder inside of our list of folders here. Yeah, we're not using React yet, so it's the men stack today. Despite myself, it's the men stack. Upper distraction is welcome. Saul says, no. If you have any experience with CRUD at all, this should be fairly straightforward to follow for you. Okay, let's create one more folder, and we're going to call that folder models. And inside of models is where we're going to put our schema. Okay, so I've created one more folder here, and inside of that models folder, I'm going to create another JavaScript file called to-do task.js. You can call it whatever you would like. You'll just need to know this file name so you can reference it later. Okay, so inside of to-do task is where we're going to create our schema, that template, that format for the things that we're going to be passing into our database. Because I think in previous, when we were just using MongoDB client by itself, we kind of had to like set up that framework within our server.js file, and it was a little clumsy. With this, we can kind of set all that up in its own file, right? And then just call that when we need it. So that's what we're going to do here. And we can also set various properties as well. When we're going to do a little bit of that as well. So let's think about what we actually want to write to our database. So if we look at the finished product here, what two elements do you think I'm going to want to write to my database? What two elements am I going to want to write? Yeah, exactly. Yep. So each document is going to have a title, and it's going to have some content, whatever that content may be. Yeah, title and content, exactly. So that's what my schema is going to have. And I'm actually going to add to my schema, I'm even going to add one additional field that's just the date, so that when I look at my database later, I can see the date when I wrote that task. Now, you could even add, if you wanted to, you could also add like a date field into the app itself, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to stick with displaying the title and content. So I'm going to set up this schema basically with three fields. We're going to have title, we're going to have content, and we are going to have date. So how are the tasks sorted? Well, they're basically just going to be sorted. They're basically just going to sort themselves in the order in which they were added. So newer tasks are at the bottom. However, you could potentially use the date to change that sort order, I think, if you wanted to, or add them, at the top instead of the bottom. So that could be something that you maybe have a little fun with and figure out. Would this be similar to a journal entry? Are you talking about like a journaling app? Hi, Napster Devil, welcome. Okay, so let's make a schema. All right, so if I want to use Mongoose within this file, what's the first thing I'm going to have to do before I do anything else? What's the first thing I should do? Yeah, we're going to need to require Mongoose, exactly. Yep. Or import it, or however you're doing it. Yep, you might not be requiring it, you might be importing. We're going to require, just because that's what we're familiar with, require Mongoose. Yep. All right, now we can use it. We can use those methods and that sort of thing. So now I'm going to create what's called a new schema, which is that scaffolding, that foundation for the documents I'm going to be passing into MongoDB. So we'll set up our new schema, and I'm just going to call it to-do task schema. Okay. And I'm creating a new schema. So I'm going to say new mongoose.schema. Oops. Schema. There we go. All right. Now, inside of this schema is where I can set up my each of my keys, each of the things I'm going to be passing in, and the properties of each of those keys. Napster, yes, we are using Express. Yep. Yeah, we're not using React. We are using EJS instead, but we will switch to React here pretty soon. We're just, learning the fundamentals with EJS, and then we will move to React very soon. Okay, so the first thing I want to pass is gonna be a title. Each task is gonna have a title. Oh, sorry. It wants to put in that stupid require process, so you can get rid of that. So title, and that title is going to have a couple different properties. So when I pass in a title, every single time, what type of value is that going to be? Is it going to be, how do we want to pass that? Is it going to be an array? Is it going to be a number? What is it going to be each time? What do we want to make sure it is each time? Yeah, it's a string. Exactly. It's stringy. Yep. So we can set that as a type of string. Yeah. All right. And then also, I want to make sure that when I put this into my database, every task should have a title. And so I can also say that this field is required. It's required, and I can set that value to true. Okay. Oh, and I'm also missing, let's see, I'm also missing a bracket here. I apologize. You need to enclose the schema in brackets itself. So we have our schema creation method here, and then we need a bracket and open and closing bracket here as well, enclosing the whole thing. So sorry I missed that. Double check that you have that as well. Otherwise, you're going to get a little, squiggly line under your title. Yep, exactly, Devil. We got to wrap the title property in an object. Yep. And we're actually going to wrap all of our keys here in brackets as well. You could set them. There's a lot of different properties you could set. For now, we're just going to set these two. But yeah, you could set other things, max, length, that kind of thing. We're going to keep it simple. We're just going to say it's required, and it's going to be a string. The next thing I need is each task is going to have some content. And so we're going to do pretty much the same thing. I can really just grab these and drop them in. It's going to be a type of string. Now, whether or not you make this required, Napster, we will do that. Don't worry. Getting a little ahead of me there. We're going to do that in just a minute. We will export our schema. Don't worry. But yes, whether or not you make this required is up to you. Maybe in your to-do app, it's not required. Maybe you could, maybe that could be optional. In my case, I'm going to make it required. I want people to make their tasks detailed. So I'm going to set it required to true, but you don't have to. You could add, like somebody said earlier, you could add additional properties as well, like max length. If you want to make sure your tasks aren't longer than, a certain number of characters, you could do that as well. I think that might be worth exploring, is the types of properties that you could set for each of these keys here. All right, now the third thing we're going to pass is just the date. So we have it stored in our database when the task was submitted. And what's nice is we can do that by just specifying the type as a date. I think it's actually going to pass it as a date time. And then we can also, we don't have to, set the date in our server.js file or anything like that. We can set it right here. So we can, we can set a default value here of just the current date and just say date.now. And what that's going to do is for each time it creates a new document, it's just going to add a default value of the current date time and add that to the document. And then when it gets written to the database, it will have the date attached. Oh, hello, DevOptics. Welcome. Yeah, feel free to stick around. We are building a CRUD to-do app using trying to use the MERN stack, except we haven't learned React yet, so we're using EJS instead, but that's a little deviation there. But yeah, we're trying to do full stack with MongoDB as the backend. Well, Eternal, that's what I mentioned earlier. So you can definitely do that. You can have it be false or required if you don't want it to be required. In my case, I am going to set it to required just because I want each of my tasks to have some content with it. However, yeah, in your version, you can absolutely set it to whatever you would like. And it is, yeah, required is defaulted to false unless you specify. However, there's no harm in setting it to false, just, you know, here too. It's just redundant, as Devil mentioned. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry, Devil. We are going to get to the export, and we are going to that's the very next thing we're going to do. Yep, we're going to get to the export here in just 1 second. So the next thing we're going to do, as Devil mentioned, is we are going to export our schema. So we just created a schema, right? We've created a blueprint, a template for setting up our Mongo documents, right? We're going to export that as a model that we can use to that. Basically, we can call this and build documents on the fly. So that's what we're going to do right now. So we're going to say module.exports. We're going to export this as something we can use later. And we can just say mongoose dot model. We're going to build a model from our schema. Now, you could call this whatever you wanted, but just know that you're going to be referencing this later. Oh, my keyboard is nothing special. It's like a HyperX clicky semi, like I don't remember what types of switches I have in here. I try to get the quietest mechanical keyboard that I could find so it wouldn't be too disruptive on stream. I know you can still hear it, but yeah, it's nothing special, believe me. I'm not a keyboard head. But yeah, mongoose.model. I'm going to call mine to do task. But again, you can name it whatever you want. It's something that makes sense to you. And we're going to export our to do task schema. And the last thing we're going to do is we're going to specify specifically which collection we want to connect to using this model. Okay, so let's go back to our database real quick and remind ourselves, okay, what is my collection called? Because I've already made sure that I am connected to the to-do tasks demo database, right? That's what we specified in our connection string. We said, I want to connect to to-do tasks demo. However, in the real world, within this database, you might have multiple collections that you could potentially put data into from there. So in this case, I want to connect to the collection called tasks. Okay, so that's what I'm going to specify right here when I export my schema. Now, if I didn't specify that, what it would do is it would, well, see, Devil, I haven't connected to a collection yet. I've only connected to a database. So here I'm specifying the specific collection that I want to hit. And within that collection, so if I didn't specify a collection name here, what it would do, it would create a new collection for me. And it would just make whatever my schema name here, it would make it plural. So I actually did that here. So originally when I was building this, I didn't specify the collection at first. And so it just dropped it into my test database and it called it to do tasks because it took my, it took my model name here and it added an S to the end. And that's just what it does by default. So FYI, that's what happens. However, you can specify the specific collection where you want the data that's passing through this model to go. Okay. Blips asks, do I have experience in this prior or do I learn shortly before I teach? I mostly learn shortly before I teach. I do not have MERN stack experience. I I just digest the information as quickly as I can. So sometimes the bigger picture questions, maybe I'm not able to answer just because I don't have years of experience in JavaScript or Mern. I have plenty of experience in SQL, but not this particular stack. So yeah, I usually learn shortly before I teach. Sometimes just a few hours before. But teaching helps me learn better, right? I learn stuff from you all when you suggest things. I learn stuff, as I find my own mistakes, that kind of thing. Yeah. So by teaching, I learn way more than I do in class. And Silva, so if you're familiar with relational databases, collection is a little bit like the table. Yeah. It's not it's not a direct correlation. Obviously, they're different database structures, right? But if you're familiar with relational databases, yeah, collection is kind of like a table, and then the documents are like the individual, rows in that table, right? Exactly. That's why we have Rascal for additional context. Exactly. Yeah. All right. So we've got our schema here. We're ready to export it, and that's going to allow us to use this to-do task schema when we are in our server.js file, when we're compiling those documents to send up to Mongo. Okay. So go ahead and save this. All right. So that's ready for export. We've created all that. And with that, we essentially have the full structure of our app created. And now we can start establishing connections and adding content and writing things to and from Mongo. Okay? Have we learned about MongoDB relationships between schemas? So we actually haven't even learned about schemas in class yet. I am getting a little bit, the cart a little bit ahead of the horse here. But I think this is really important to understand what is a schema and how Mongoose helps us create schemas. And then, schema, then we export it as a model, and we can reference that model later. Because, like I say, the world uses Mongoose, and so I think this is really valuable to have a little bit of a head start on. Hey, Cranberry, welcome back. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. Feel free to dive in with us. The logs are getting a little ahead of the boats, yeah. But in this case, it's more so you have a little bit of comfort and you have a little familiarity. I'm sure we're going to touch on it in class, and I want you all to be well prepared. So even if you don't fully understand this right now, it's not about understanding. It's about recognizing, and it's about knowing that this is a Lego piece that you can have in your bucket, and you can apply this Lego piece as you go. It's not about it, and that's a thing that I've said a lot, though I think it bears repeating. It's not necessarily about, ooh, what's the absolute best practice? Or, ooh, what stack should I be using? Or, oh, what's the most current thing or the most, resource effective thing? It's about right now. It will be about that eventually. But right now it's about learning, and it's about knowing how the building blocks fit together, right? And how we can build complex things using all of these components. Sequencer asks, welcome Sequencer, by the way. Sequencer asks, what is your favorite anime? I don't want to offend anybody, but I actually don't watch anime. I just have, it's just not for me. I've tried multiple times, multiple different suggestions from people. It's just not my thing. I'm fine with other people watching anime, but I personally do not. It's just, I'm not into it. So, I watch like the Americanized shows like Voltron and She-Ra that kind of have an anime style, but they don't really, they're not anime, right? They're not, they're not out of Japan or anything like that. Yeah. Your favorite anime is Bob's Burgers. Ms. Babel says, I need to populate a collection with 75 documents, and you did it the dirty way. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Schemas are great when you have a ton of documents and you just want to just shoot them through and have them all have the same format. Yep. Goofer says, that's a great question, Goofer. So is this closer to what using SQL would be like? I feel like the whole schema thing reminds me of when I used Prisma with Postgres. Yeah, so I haven't used Prisma before. For my day job, I work in raw SQL, like straight up just the real deal down and dirty SQL. But yeah, so relational data is a lot more structured than like these NoSQL type databases. And so yeah, your data is gonna have a structure, and you can set whether or not a field is required within the structure of when you're building the data structure itself. You can say like, yeah, it's required, can't be null, that kind of thing, or can't, has to be a certain value, certain character length. Yeah, those things are basically specified when you create the table. Yeah. And so then the data coming into that table has to fit those specifications. Love these suggestions for the best anime. With Mongoose, yeah, and with Mongoose, you can add, you can throw in extra fields, you can do all that stuff. Relational databases tend to be more strict on when you can modify things and how. So the way that what makes these NoSQL type databases different is that each entry exists as its own separate document. That's not, it's not part of a table with everything else. It exists within itself. You can give it the same structure as the other documents, but it exists as its own entity, right? Yeah. Okay, so that's our schema. We're ready to use it. Now let's pop back to our server.js file and actually start building some stuff. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do, as many people have said, the first method that we're going to go ahead and set up is our get method, because we want to be able to display our EJS file that we created. So I'm going to go after my connection statement here. I'm going to go ahead and start writing my initial get method, which is going to essentially sort of help us render that home page. All right, so now if I want my server to be listening for a particular file path, and I want it to say, hey, when I go to localhost 8500, display the homepage for me. What path should I have it be listening for? If I just want to type localhost 8500 into my browser and have it boop bring up the homepage, what path should I be listening for? Yes. So it's called root, and then how would I display that? Yeah, exactly. /. Yep. /, right? That's the root. That's the default. Okay, great. Okay. So that's what we're listening for. And I'm going to go ahead and set up an asynchronous function for this. So async, and then what are my two parameters inside each of my methods that we're going to be setting up here? What two parameters do I need every single time? Rec and res, yeah. Request and response. Yes, thank you. That was yes. Draw no bot coming in there with the spelling it out fully. Yep, absolutely. And you can spell it out if you would like. You don't have to put rec and res. If you're having trouble remembering what they're for, you are welcome to spell them out as well. We're going to put rec and res, but yeah, again, that is your prerogative. You may spell them out if you would like to. And so within there, I'm going to go ahead and put a try block here, because we're going to be doing a couple things. And so I want to have a try catch, just because there's a couple things that could go wrong. And so if we get an error, we want to make sure we're catching that error. So I'm just going to set up a try catch block here. Okay. So let's fill in our try block. So what are we doing? Well, obviously we're going to want to be rendering our EJS file, right? That's one thing we're going to want to do, is render our EJS file. But the other thing that we're going to want to do is, if we look back at the finished product, as soon as I hit the home page, not only does it just render the file, it's also looking in the database and essentially grabbing the list of current tasks, right? It's also displaying a full list of all current tasks, okay? So there's going to be two things we're going to want to be doing, right? We're going to want to be rendering our EJS and getting the list of current tasks, okay? So inside of our try block here, what we're going to do is we're going to call upon our to-do task model that we just created, and we're going to say to do task dot find. Okay, so it's going to look inside of that task collection, and it's going to look for the list of tasks, render our EJS, and display those tasks. So I'm going to have two parameters here. I don't think I need the error parameter actually, but you know, hey, whatever. It's no problem if we put it. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to, so inside of this find method here, I'm going to render my EJS. And inside of that render, I'm also going to pass the list of tasks, because what that's going to do is it's going to say, all right, render EJS, and then the EJS is going to be looking for that task list. So I'm telling it what to render, and then what the EJS should be using to generate that HTML. All right, so res.render is how we render EJS, right? And the file I'm rendering is called index.ejs. And the data that I'm passing back is just going to be called to do tasks, and it's going to be a task list. Okay? So just like that. Oh, sorry, tasks. Yeah, plural. There we go. Because one of the things that I'm going to be, I'm going to be going into my database, finding the full list of tasks, and then passing it back inside of an object called to do tasks. And here's all the task information. Oh, yeah, right. I think, yeah, for some reason this went lowercase. There we go. Yeah, I do think that needs to be, yeah, that's a good catch there, Devil. So yeah, it tried to autocorrect it to lowercase, but in this case, it needs to be the exact name of the model that I exported. So that does need to be uppercase there. Yeah. Yep. And the reason, and that's another good point there, Devil. The reason that didn't work was because I also forgot to require my model. I even put a note for it to do it up here, and I still didn't do it. So, that's why you're all here. You'll catch it. Well, so that's a great question, Alyssa. Let's go ahead and require our model first. We're going to do that, and I think that'll answer your question, okay? So right up here, I'm going to delete this comment, and I'm going to go ahead and require the model that I created, because I created it over here, and I set it up to be exported, right? I set it up to be exported, but I haven't required it. I haven't passed it in to my server.js file, okay? So let's go ahead and require that. And I'm going to create a new variable called to do task. And I'm going to then require the model that I created. So I need to dip into my model folder and grab that model that I created. So I have a folder called models. I'm going to go into there, and I'm going to grab to do task. I think if I just did that, it would be fine, but I'm going to capitalize it. Yeah, IntelliSense can be good. Yep. So you need to require the model that you just created, right? Oh, yeah. You need to require the model that you just created, and I've created a new variable called to do task to hold that. Yeah, it looks like it did it automatically. So I guess good for VS Code, but confusing for everyone else. Anshel asks, why NoSQL over relational SQL? Well, so my day job is working with SQL. But for the course that I'm enrolled in, called 100 Devs, we are using the NoSQL stack, and so that's what I'm practicing here. Yeah. But yes, I'm much more familiar with relational databases. Oh, thanks, HJ. Okay, so yeah, we've required that, and we are going in and finding it, and we're rendering our index.ejs, and we're passing back our task list that will then render later. Well, I mean, I guess we'll find out. I don't know this. This is very new to me as far as like schemas and stuff. So we'll find out. We'll find out if this capitalization is going to make a difference or not. The way that I mean, VS Code is highlighting it all together, but I don't know. This schema stuff might be finicky. Um, well, so task in this case that's just the name of the parameter right here in our function. So the find, let's see. So find takes several parameters. Um, but yeah, the documentation right here is not very good. But Jacktree, check the top. Sometimes VS Code, it seems to have trying to take things into its own hands by automatically declaring some variables up here. So double check that. So Devil, in this case, in my version, I set up my file with a lowercase name to do task.js, and I was able to require it with the uppercase name. So you can see that here it's, if I hover over it, it's actually putting it into lowercase automatically. Yeah, but it doesn't seem to matter. Yeah, so technically it should be lowercase, so that's fine. I'll just change it. But it will work if you leave it uppercase. It actually did for me in my personal version that I made earlier. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just a Windows thing. I don't know. Yeah, Linux and Mac or something might be more specific. Yeah. Yeah, but Devil, I mean, I'm telling you, in my personal version, I had it as uppercase and the actual file name was all lowercase. So it could be a system specific. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, Jacktree, I figured. It took matters into its own hands, didn't it? Yeah, and Rascal says, so on Linux, Rascal says, when I cloned yours, they actually had to change the require case. Yeah, which is what you're saying, Devil. But on my Windows machine, it didn't seem to care. So that's very interesting. But I'll be proper about it, and I'll lowercase it, so that way it won't hopefully cause less of a problem for folks. Yeah. Okay, so we've required the model that we've created. Now we can go ahead and find it, and we're going to catch our error. If we get any errors, you're on Windows 10. That's so weird, Devil, but I mean, I swear to all that is holy, it worked just fine with uppercase on mine, but best practice, lowercase it, no worries at all. All right, so if we get an error, we're just going to return a status of 500. I'm being generic. I know I could be more specific on my status codes. I don't care. I just want to send back a status, and I'm more concerned about the error message than the specific status itself. So just give me the error, display it, and that way I can see what's gone wrong, if anything. Remember, we're just throwing spaghetti at the wall here today. It's not necessarily going to be accurate, but it's going to help us get the concepts, right? So, oh, thank you. I'm glad somebody likes my UI design. I'm not the best at CSS, definitely. I freely admit that. I am hot garbage at CSS. Oh yeah, MK Beast. Yeah, so they say they've been trying to use Mongoose to upload photos for the 100 Hours project, but it kept uploading to the test collection. Yeah, if you don't specify a specific like collection to use inside of your, well, it was uploading to your test database, right? It was uploading to your test database. And so what you need to do is, specify, there's multiple different ways to do it, but the way that we're doing it today is we're specifying our database name inside of our connection string right here. Okay, that's where we're putting it. And then we're specifying the collection itself inside of our schema. Well, inside of our, technically inside of our export statement where we're creating the model, that's where we're specifying the collection. Yeah. Yeah, Goofer, okay. I'm glad somebody else had the same experience. But either way, best practice, make your file names lowercase and specify them as lowercase when you're specifying the path. Mavi says, we are masters of CSS compared to what I've seen from people who got jobs already. Okay, I appreciate that. That's good to hear. My CSS is family Comic Sans and then close the file. Oh man, I can see you like to live dangerously. Oh boy. All right. So that should help it render our EJS. So this will help us test and make sure that once we're ready, we're not ready yet, but this will help us make sure that things are working. We have our basic get. It should render the home page when we visit a localhost 8500, and so with that in mind, let's go ahead and start adding some stuff to our index.ejs file, so we can actually start to kind of test this out a little bit. Okay. And hopefully have something render in the browser when we go there. Because, you get nervous if you don't test for very long. But so what we'll do is we've set up our get. We'll add a little stuff to our index.ejs, and then we'll also set up our post method so that we can try writing something to our database. All right, so let's go over to our index.ejs file. And we're going to start setting it up. Oh yeah, and I guess yeah, you're right, natural call. Yeah, so the try catch isn't really necessary, and also I didn't really make good use of the async function. Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, I think my syntax is a little wonky there. You're right. I will say because I have gotten errors, it does work in the wonky way, but that's true. It's not necessarily best practice. Yep, quick and dirty. Oh, I'm sorry, Devil. I must have missed it, but yeah, you can definitely look up the best way to write this. It does it works as is, and it's minimum viable product for now. But yes, it could definitely be improved. Yeah, yeah, and we could await the we could await this. Yep. We'll just add that. It's all right. We could await that. Beep boop. Yeah, it's probably better. Async await is probably the best, syntax to use. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so actually I'm gonna take this out. Not because I think what you guys are suggesting is bad, but just because, since I'm live and I have something that works, I'm gonna leave it for now. But what you all are suggesting is good. And I'm not saying it's bad advice or anything. And I'm not saying what I've done is right, but I am saying what I've done works, and I need a stable product to, demonstrate everything else that I want to show you all. So yes, great suggestions. Yeah, but I'll have to refactor. And so that's not something I necessarily want to do live. A lot of people do that, and that's great, but I have a lot to get through. So yeah, I'm glad you understand. Yeah. No, I know it would be a stable project, but I'm not saying that I can do that live. Yeah. It would be stable in the end. Yes, we would get there, but I'm going to focus on some other things because we got tons of stuff to get through, but I definitely agree with you. Yep. We're going to prioritize here a little bit. Okay. So let's go back to our index.ejs. and we're going to set up some of the things that we're going to need to render our EJS in the way we would like to. Yeah, so Goofer, it will work the way we're doing it right now. It will work exactly fine, but then yes, definitely I would suggest refactoring to use await properly. Yep. Go back later, refactor it, and then share it with me on Twitter, and I'll be very impressed. Little homework for you. Exactly. All right. So let's go ahead and set up our EJS, and I'm going to kind of cheat here a little bit. I'm going to just type the keyword HTML5 and have that generate the header for me. And then we're going to add some stuff to our header. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Yeah. Yep. All right. Good stretch indeed. Okay. So this is going to sort of auto-generate some of the content that we need, but we're going to need some more. So I'm going to change the title of my document to To-Do App. You can have it titled whatever you would like. And then also in the header, I'm going to go ahead and link some stuff. What's probably the most important thing that I always need to make sure I have a link to, no matter what project I'm doing? What's the most important thing that I need? Yeah, I need to link to my style sheet, right? And that's the thing that I always forget to do, and I think a lot of people forget to do as well, is you got to link to your style sheet. So I'm going to go ahead and link, and I'm linking to a style sheet. Boop, boop, boop. And I'm going to do my href here. And now, when I am putting in the file path here, do I need to say, well, where's my style sheet? My style sheet is in the public folder, right? Do I need to say public? No, I don't, right? Because we already told it. Yeah, Express already knows where to look. Exactly. So we do not need to say public, and I think you may get an error if you try to specify public as the path, because it's like, no, it knows where to look. So I can just say style.css, and it will dive into the public folder and get it for us. Yeah. Okay. So that's the first link that I'm going to have, and I'm going to actually comment this as well, just to keep things straight, because we're going to have a couple links here. So the first link is for our style sheet. Okay. Now the next link that I'm going to add is I want to use a Google font. You can choose whether or not you would like to use Google fonts. That is up to you. You could just specify a native font family if you prefer, if that's easier for you. Comic Sans, yes, Honda, you may use Comic Sans if you would like to. I kind of have a font that I've already chosen that I like. It's called EduTax Beginner. And so I went to Google Fonts and I said I wanted to, use that in a style sheet. And so it gave me all of the links that I needed in order to do that. And so I can drop those in there. If you go to Google Fonts and you say you want to, use it, I think you just click like there's like I forget what the button is called. It's like export or something. It gives you all of these links. This is nothing you have to figure out yourself. But again, if you don't want to bother with that, just use a built-in font, right? Just use Comic Sans or whatever. It already exists. I'm just using a Google font because I want to, but you don't have to. We're doing the men's stack today. Yep, no React. Just Mongo Express and Node for now. Exactly. If it's not coming, Bondi chose for their first time chat. They said if it's not Comic Sans, it's wrong. Yep. Okay, bold statement. No comment. All right, now the last thing that we want is, in order for us to get these lovely spicy icons that we have here, we can actually do that via Font Awesome, which if you haven't used Font Awesome, I think it's a really useful thing to kind of at least know what it is and what it's for. And so Font Awesome is a wonderful library of tons of different pre-built icons that you can use that are useful for very common tasks, such as edit or delete. And so I'm going to go ahead and use those. Now I will give you, there's a couple different ways you could get these same links as well. You could go to my GitHub. Well, so Alma, what I would suggest is going straight to my GitHub repo, and I will paste a link to that right now, okay? So go here. That's the repo. And go into my public folder. Go into the CSS, or sorry, not CSS. What am I doing? Sorry. Go into the views folder. I was thinking about visual stuff. Go into the index.ejs file and just copy it from there, okay? That'll be the easiest way, because if I paste it in a chat, it's going to get formatted all weird, and who knows what it's going to do. Chat is weird about allowing stuff. So just go there and straight up copy paste the header, okay? That would be my suggestion. All right. Gotta get my windows back reorganized here. Sorry. There. Okay. What is the... Do fonts not need to be before the CSS link? Well, I mean, it works the way it is, but I can rearrange it if that's going to cause a problem. Yeah, I mean, we can just move this down. I'll put it here. Yeah, if that's what Banky says, then we'll we'll rearrange that. There we go. Okay. All right. So I'm going to grab my icon links. I would highly suggest you go to my GitHub and do the same. There we go. Yeah, maybe it wasn't Shehao. Okay, sure. It's been there for months. Yeah. Okay. So I think we've got all our stuff set up in the header. Now we can use our fonts and our icons and apply those when we are sort of creating the functionality for our app. Okay, so that's the header. And I think that was all the header elements. Yeah, that's all the header elements. All right, so now in the body, we're gonna go ahead and start setting up our buckets. So, you know, if you've seen the way that I kind of format things when I'm building, you know, when I'm building HTML, what I generally do is I like to put things in buckets. So each thing has its kind of its own bucket, and then those buckets are nested inside of each other because that makes it much easier to, you know, put things in certain locations on the page and have everything stay in its little appropriate box. So yeah, so there's a, you know, some people swear on divs, some people swear on sections. Sections are newer. We're going to use a little bit of a mixture of both. I'm going to use sections for the larger buckets, and then when we get down to kind of the smaller units, I'm going to use divs, but sections or divs, they will both serve our purpose. And so in this case, we're going to go ahead and create a section. All right. And we're going to give this section a class of to-do container. To-do container. This is what's going to hold our, like, the entirety of all of our to-do submission and all of the task list. Aside all the things. I don't know if I've ever actually used aside in like real life as far as for any purpose. Not saying it's, you know, not a useful tag. I just don't know that I've ever used it. Zyru, I would suggest, so if you learn the lower level stuff, the nitty gritty stuff first without going straight to, you know, helper tools, that can help you kind of get the feel for what's actually happening behind the scenes. But, you know, obviously if you need to jump in really quickly and start churning stuff out, I mean, React might be easier to pick up, but you also might miss what's actually happening. So I'm not gonna, you know, I haven't been doing this long enough to have a firm opinion, but in my opinion, I mean, I'm sure React would be easier right now for me to use and build all this stuff, but I'm learning more about what's happening by doing it the way I'm doing it. Make the whole site with footer challenge. Yeah, so I have my site. So I have my section here. It's going to hold everything. And I'm going to go ahead and just add a header here and just call it to-do list. Okay, and that's going to actually give us something on the page. So I'm going to pause here for real quick, and I'm going to make sure that everything is going to render the way I expect. Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to go ahead and get this pulled up in the browser. So in order to do that, I'm going to go to localhost 8500. Hey, there we go. Okay. So Devil, that's fair point. A lot of people do use div. The course that we're all enrolled in does tend to use sections more. So that's why I'm using sections here. Again, not saying that either one is bad. Sections are newer. So yes, you could have problems with legacy things not being supported. But yeah, there's arguments to be made for both of those. Absolutely. But yeah, so what this is showing here is when I go to localhost 8500, number one, that shows that my port is up and running. And number two, that tells me that my server.js file is listening, right? It's listening and it's able to render my EJS. So obviously we haven't done any EJS yet, but this is saying, hey, I'm ready. Give me some things to do, right? Okay, so let's go back to editing our EJS file. We were just double checking there and making sure that it was going to render, that our port was working, and all that stuff. But let's go back to editing now. So inside of my big bucket, I'm going to put a smaller bucket, and I'm going to have another section here. And I'm going to give this a class name of to do. And each of the reason, and some of this is we're going to have, slightly different formatting, like my container is going to have a little bit of a background. And so we're kind of creating these buckets here so we can have a little bit more flexibility in the styling. Obviously, you could streamline this if you wanted, but you might not have as many stylistic choices later on. Yeah, so I can already see a little bit of a flame war starting in the chat there about div versus sections. Let's not get hung up on all that stuff. Just chill, everybody. Come on now. We're learning our Lego pieces so we can build stuff with them. There'll be plenty of time for the specific semantics and legacy and all that stuff. We're here today to just kind of build something and have a little fun with it. Just chill, everybody. Chill, chill, chill. We're going to be easy breezy here today. Come on. All right. And I'm going to use sections and divs and nobody can stop me. I'm going to use them both for different purposes at different times, and you're going to have to sit there and watch it. So Goofer, if your local host just loads indefinitely, you may have a problem with check that you're actually sending a response of some kind. As this website is super important. Yeah, Rascal, that's right. We're going to use footers and H1s for everything. Everything's an H1. Yeah, I know. Oh, and we're about ready for break too, but let's go ahead and get our form in place, and then we will take a break. Okay? Marquee, yeah. Find the most obscure tag and use it in the worst way possible. Please do. I want to somebody give me the worst, use the worst possible tag and then tell me how it worked. Okay, so Goofer, during the break, I'll leave the server.js file up, and so you can see it. Maybe you can spot your mistake. It could be that you are using rec instead of res. Make sure that you're using res instead of rec. Link. Yeah, there you go. All right, so inside of our to-do section, we're going to have a form. And what that form is going to do is it's going to allow us to actually submit new tasks. Now, the cool thing about forms, so specifically about forms, is that they can pretty much kind of interface directly with our CRUD methods. So they kind of have some built-in functionality that can help us interface with not all of our CRUD methods, but some of them. And one of the things that these forms can do is they can essentially send a post request up to our server with all the form content. They can just bundle it up and they can pitch it like a fastball up to our server without us having to do all that fetch stuff, right? Because before, what we've done is if we just had a basic input box, we would have to have a fetch request and go and grab the input box content and then toss it up to the server. But forms can just do that, which I think is pretty cool. Yeah. So what forms can do is they can send up a path and they can send up a method. So if I'm going to, so first off, I'm gonna set an action, and so that's essentially like the path that we're sending up. So the action that I'm just gonna specify here is just root. And if I'm going to be submitting something, if I'm going to have a submit button, and what we're doing here is we're essentially creating this part, the top part of our app here. So if I'm going to be adding a task, what method am I going to be using? Yeah. All right, my dog is snoring. I don't know if you can hear it. It's loud. Post. Yes, not the pot method. That's something different. But no, we're going to be using post. Yes. Right. Okay. So inside of our form, yeah, we're going to be just saying, hey, once we hit that button, we're going to want to post something, right? And I'm also just going to give it a class as well for styling purposes. Our class is just going to be to-do header, because that's the header of our form. Okay. One moment, I need to expand the form here. All right, so the cool thing about this is that then what I'm basically going to do is I can add input boxes in my form, and I can add buttons with certain sort of pre-specified actions, such as submit, that is automatically going to send that post request up to our server, which our server is listening for, well, we'll be listening for in a minute, that our server is going to be listening for, and we don't have to bother with any of that fetching or anything like that. The form just does it built in, which I think is pretty neat. Okay, so yeah, check it. If you're struggling, let's take a break, all right? And feel free to visit my repo and check out my code if you're struggling. However, I'm not saying my code is even particularly good or best practice, but what I've done, it does work, and so it's a good place to start. And I'm sure, all of you could massively improve it and make it better and more accurate and fix the errors. And but in the end, what's important is that you build something. It's not perfect, maybe it's not even good, but what's important is that you've built something and you're practicing the concepts, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and if you got to modify it to make it work on your machine, I mean, maybe you got something different, set slightly different, who knows? Feel free to modify it, however you get it to work is good with me. Bondi is reminding us, yes, it is important that we also use Comic Sans, or else it is wrong, and no debate. So yes, specify your font family as Comic Sans, or it's wrong. Okay, with that, let's take a break. Method equals comic. Yeah. All right, let's reset the timer. Okay. Let's get started, and I will see you, start the break 5 minutes, and I will see you all back here very shortly. We're doing good so far. And yeah, you have a good evening there, Executrix. I always love seeing you around. Don't worry, folks. You still got a minute and 30 seconds left to get back here. But hey, Goofer, is your server running? Did you do npm start? Just, I mean, basic check there. It's not listening for your port. Okay, and connected. Okay, yeah. Using port 8000. And it says your port is listening. Well, make sure too that you are, well, let me think. Can't be reached. Is that what the error says, Goofer? Yeah, just take out the await for now. I took it out of mine. I put it in there for a minute and then I took it out because there's other things that we would have to refactor in order to make that a true asynchronous function. So I know it's not correct, but I took out the await for now. It works fine without it, and we can refactor it later. And I mean, and just to be clear, Goofer, just for simple troubleshooting, are you visiting localhost 8000 in your browser? Like, is that where you're trying to go? Okay. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on there, Goofer. I mean, does the error literally say can't be reached? And make sure too that you are, so check your server.js code, I would say. Check your server.js and make sure that everything right here is explicitly correct, that it's trying to render the right thing. Render index.ejs, that it's looking that you have EJS set as your view engine. And that also too, make sure that your file name is not called index.js. Make sure that it's called index.ejs, that it's looking for the right file, that kind of thing. And we're back. Hello. Your get method was get. Yeah, feel free if you're stumped, feel free to just go into the GitHub and try to grab the spot that you think might be causing you problems. Yeah. Your get method was missing something. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what it was missing, but yeah, double check your get. Feel free to check your get method against my GitHub. Try that. But it is working for some people, right? Some folks have got it. Check your file structure, check your get method. Yeah, okay. It does seem to be working for some. Yeah, good. It's just if it's not working for anybody, then that's when we got to stop and reevaluate. But working here, okay, and working for some folks. Okay, good. But yeah, that's why the GitHub is there. So that if you need it, you can go and double check yours. And if you have a completely, if you want to do it in a completely different way, if you're like, nope, this get method is crap, because it's not, I mean, it's not a true async function, right? Like, nope, I don't want to do it this way and you want to do it a different way, that's fine too. We've done get methods before. We've done renders before in other projects. So if you have a previous project that you want to go back and just copy it from, that's fine too. You don't have to do it the same way I did. You might have previous projects that you could reference. Or heck, even other projects on my GitHub, I've done renders. If you want to go, if you're really not able to get it, and maybe you could try going in my list of repos. I have the full stack template here. I'm sorry, that's the wrong. I have the repo called full stack template. You could always go in there. Not index.ejs, gosh. I want to go to server.js. you go in there and just, I think this is a much better, I might just, grab this async. This is I actually did this one properly. This is a proper async function that will render your index.ejs. So feel free to copy it from here instead, if you prefer. Because yeah, I did do this one properly. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and replace this. Hey, good. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna double check this is still working. Yep, still rendering. Okay, I thought it would. I've done it right before. Just not in this particular project. Yes, now it works. Awesome. Okay, that looks better. For anybody who just came back, I did modify my get method slightly so that it's semantically correct, somewhat. And good, it works now. Good, all right, great. It worked the old way for me too, but who knows what little thing made a difference, right? All right, so we're rendering our EJS. Let's keep building out our EJS so we can actually test a post we can create something inside of our database, okay? So we have more work to do on this form in order to get it built out enough where we can actually submit stuff. All right? So inside of the form, what tag do I need to use? Inside of a form, what tag is required for me to actually be able to have boxes where people can put stuff in? What tag do I need? What HTML tag? Input. Yeah, right. I need input. And inputs are just like those boxes, those rectangular boxes, right? Where you can type stuff. And what's nice about forms is that forms are just a way to create a collection of inputs that we can pass elsewhere as a single object, right? We can bundle a bunch of input boxes together within a form to treat them as one thing. Okay? So we're going to have an input box, and it's going to have a type of text. Now you could have, different types of inputs. You could have numbers. You could force it to be numbers. You could force it to be other things. We're going to specify text here. And I'm going to give it a name of just title. This is going to be like the top box. It's going to be where you put the title. And it's going to also have, we can also set a default value. You don't have to set a default value. That is up to you. I'm just going to have it be a default value of title. Okay. And that's going to be my top box on the page. So if I save this and refresh, there. Now we can see that I have a box called title. Yeah, Nacho Call. I know I didn't do the async function right there. Yep, I admit it. That's completely wrong. Yeah, but you feel free to refactor it into something that is correct. All right. Oh, and Jenny has suggested a poll. Okay, Jenny, yeah. How about we do that poll? I'll start it before the next break, and we'll let it run over the next break, okay? So don't let me forget, Green Jenny, okay? We'll run the poll right before next break, and we'll let it run over break. Yeah, having async in the function isn't going to hurt anything. Yeah. Okay, so we have our first input box. Now, if we recall, for the actual content of each task, I want this to be I want this to let me have multiple lines, and maybe even if I have a super long task, resize the box, right? So what tag would I need to use if I want this dynamic kind of space where I can write my text? For example, in the title, this box is fixed, right? This input box can't be moved, can't be made bigger, can't be multi-line. What do I need if I want my input to be multi-line, resizable, etc., etc.? Yeah, it's going to be a text area box, which can also be put inside of a form, but it's a little bit more flexible as far as surface area. Okay, so we're going to use text area. And we can also specify an initial size. This is going to be mostly overwritten by our CSS, but it's still kind of useful to know that this is something you can do. You can specify like the rows and the columns like that it takes up. So this doesn't really matter. It's going to be pretty much overwritten by our CSS, but you can set values for the initial size of the box without any styling. So if you're building like a very basic app with no CSS, you can still specify its kind of surface area just directly within the tag. Okay, so rows, columns, I'm going to give it a name and call it content. And inside of there, I can specify a default value just of the word content. So we can see that it's formatted slightly differently than an input box, right? There's slightly different things we can set here. But overall, it's just a larger box where I can type text and I can resize it by default. Okay. Blip, I think it's magic. Who knows? Pixies. Oh no, lamb sauce got it. Oh, spelling error. That is by far the most common problem, right? The thing that trips you up when you're building something like this with multiple parts and they all have to interface with each other. Yeah, a simple spelling error. Yep. You've seen how bad I spell, right? Yeah, auto resizing is really cool. Yeah, it can shrink and increase height when input is added. That makes it more, better UI. Just another grats. What? 5. Thank you so much for the subs. Wow. Techie Girl got one. Cassava, Poppy, All Too Swift, Full Stack. That's rad. Thank you so much. Yeah. Listen to that sub music play. Thank you. Really appreciate it. What a homie indeed. Great way to put it. Cormosaurus. What a homie. Oh. Yeah, be sure to thank them if you got a gifted sub. You definitely deserve the thanks. Okay, so we've got our input, we've got our text area. So let's just see how that looks. Oh, I didn't save it. All right, there we go. So by default, right, it kind of gives itself a set size and it puts itself, in line with the other input box. We're gonna fix that in CSS. We don't really got to worry about it right now. We're just gonna use it as is for a moment and then fix it in CSS. So now what's the last thing that I need here to complete my form? What's missing within my form, right? I have the place I can put my title. I have the place I can put my content. Those are the only two components of the document that we're worried about, right? It should be fine, right? What am I missing? Yeah, we need a button, right? We need a submit button that's gonna tell, that's basically gonna tell the form, hey, we're done. Go ahead and submit this post request, right? El botón, indeed. Yes. Okay. So we need a button. And make sure you're putting this inside. I'm pointing, you can't see it. Make sure that you're putting your button inside of the form. Sometimes it can be, easy to accidentally get outside the form tag, but you need this to be inside of the form because it's going to bundle all these things together and treat them as like a single unit. So we're going to have a button and we need to specify a certain type. We can see that there's a few default types that we can have here. If I wanted like a multi-purpose button that I was just gonna, specify an action for later, I would just use the default button type. However, I'm going to use the built-in submit type because that kind of has a default action where it's going to say, okay, they are done with this form. I'm going to wrap up all this data and I'm going to submit it using the action and method that we've specified. All right, so I'm going to specify submit and I'm going to modify the structure of this button so that instead of just like a default button, I want it to have this fancy dancy little like plus sign. I want it to have the fancy dancy little plus sign and some text. So I want it to look fundamentally different than the default button style. That's a good question, Goofer. I don't remember what the default action of submit is. I would assume it just refreshes the page and then gives you a blank form. That would be my assumption. Yeah, so exactly. We are going to add our Font Awesome icon inside of our submit button. So how I can do that is inside of the button itself, I can create a span, and I'm going to give it a class of, I'm going to give it a specific class here, FAS and FA plus. Basically with this, I'm saying, hey, use Font Awesome, and within Font Awesome, specifically use the plus sign. So I'm telling it to use Font Awesome library and grab the plus icon. Okay? So that's gonna pull that in for us. And I'm gonna have some text in here. I just wanted to say add text within the span. That's what I want the default text to be. So let's save that and see how it looks. Yeah, Zena, you could do like a custom, I think you could do like a custom image or something. I think I've done image tags inside of a button before. I don't remember, maybe. Yeah, you could do that. There we go. Okay, so if I refresh the page, I can see that I have my little Font Awesome plus sign there, and I have the text that I added. Yeah, I mean, just in my opinion, you really can't beat Font Awesome for nice default icons. And they have so many. There's so many. There's, thousands to choose from, I think, at this point. Oh, so Antosha, oh, good. You know what? So if we were to click this button, it would say it can't post. Now, why? Why can't we post yet? So I'm glad you brought that up, Antasha. That's a great question for the group. So you've got it, but maybe not everybody does yet. Yeah, right. Exactly. We haven't told our server what to do. Exactly. Yep. There's no route for it. Right. So we have this now. We could technically add something, but if we click the button, it won't do anything. So we're going to take a brief detour back to our server.js and go ahead and set up that route so that we can test whether or not we're able to post something up to Mongo. So let's do that. Oh, but before I veer off of this, any other questions on what we just did here with the form on our index.ejs? Yeah, Nacho Call, exactly. Font Awesome gives you so many icons, at least hundreds in the free tier, and then I'm sure even more if you pay for it. It's really incredible what you can do with it. Yeah. So any other questions here on index.ejs before we're going to add more to this. We're going to come back, but right now we're kind of just building out our route from start to finish. We're building out the C in CRUD, right? We're building out the create in CRUD. Okay. All right, I'm not seeing any additional questions here. So we'll go back to server.js and we will build out our post. So we've got our get right up here. Now let's build out our post. Oops. Okay, app.post. And we're listening again on the default path here. And this time now, so I did look ahead a little bit, and this function is actually going to be a true asynchronous function. So I did do this one properly. So at least you get to see one. So this one is really going to be async. We have our rec and we have our res. At least you get one. All right, so that's the default, right? We've seen this set up a million times. Post, path, 2 parameters, and then we get into the meat of what the function is actually going to do. Okay, so what are we going to do here? Well, we are going to essentially we want to create a new document, right? And we have something that is going to help us generate documents, right? Yeah, so we have this model that we've created and with our schema that can kind of help us build this. So inside of our function here, oops, sorry, hang on. Let me do this again. I can create a new task. So I'm just going to call it to-do task. And what I want to do is essentially just create a new task based on the model that I've created. So in that model, if you remember, we assigned it to a variable called to-do task. Okay, so I'm going to call this to-do task variable, which is going to require the model that we created. I'm going to call to-do task, new to-do task, and in there, I'm going to pass in the stuff that's coming from our form. That face when you finally don't have to think about what to type anymore and it just kind of happens. That's the goal, right? Yeah, absolutely. That's why we just do this stuff over and over again. We just throw stuff at the wall, right? Until it starts to stick. Okay, so inside of our task, we know that from our form, we're going to be getting a title. And if I want to, so my form, what that's going to do is it's essentially going to, when I click that submit button, it's going to package up all the inputs and it's going to send them up to the server as a bundle, right? But what I want to do is I want to essentially like extract just the title. I want to extract just the title. So does anybody know how I might do that? I want to just pull out the title from the bundle, from the form bundle that I'm sending up. How would I get that? I'm going to need to separate these two. Yeah, exactly. Oh boy, y'all are so lazy. You don't even want to type stuff out. Just use it. Yeah, yeah, good job, Lit Dab. You actually typed it out. Coming in with that first time chat, and also, yeah, and LaFew, you were not wrong, LaFew. Yes, you were technically correct, the best kind of correct. Indeed. Yeah, Predator, I think you could absolutely use destructuring for this as well. I think you could probably, yeah, just destructure it on the left and assign it that way. I think I may have even done that before, but we'll do it this way this time. So I need to dig into the request and I need to dig into the body of that request. That unit, that bundle that's coming up, and I'm just going to pull out the title. And then content. Content, there we go. And yeah, that's all we really need to do. This is going to just apply it to the schema that we already have. It's going to generate the date field. It's going to send it up to Mongo as a document. Someone else types it first. I say nothing. Conserve energy. Yeah, Devil, absolutely. You can destructure. Yep, 100%. And for those of you who may not know, that's where you essentially put the object on like the left side of the equal sign. And it can pull apart the object for you versus having to manually pull it apart the way we're doing here. Yeah, so you can look up destructuring, and you may have done it in Code Wars, but yeah, it's not something we've really talked about. But I think we've done it kind of incidentally a few times here on stream. Yeah, it does. It definitely saves space. You can do it as a one-liner that way. Yep, absolutely. Okay. So we're going to have a try-catch block here. Maybe I'll apply it better this time. And we're going to await to-do task dot save. So that's gonna await the task being the new document being created and saved to the database. And I'm also going to console log this as well, just because I want to make sure that it got, an ID and everything. That's just for me. We're just going to console log it so we can see it down here in the terminal as it gets written. And then once that is done, essentially what we want to do is we want to then redirect back to the home page and just essentially, it's kind of like a refresh, I think. I don't know exactly all the differences between all these options, but redirect at least will make sure you're redirected back home. And so you'll see the complete list with your new task added immediately. Console log all the things, indeed. Yes, Devil, that's yep. As a general rule, console logging more is good. And then you can delete your extra console logs as you get farther along in your app. Console log all the things. Yeah, so the destructuring might be a little it might look a little weird if you're not, if you haven't done it before, but it is worth looking into. Yeah, title content equals rec body, maybe, yeah. I think for people that, might be newer, this is probably easier to pick up, but destructuring is definitely, a very valid thing to utilize, especially once, like if you, had multiple lines, you could probably do it with way fewer characters, like Devil said, just by destructuring it first. Yeah, exactly, Devil. That's exactly what I was thinking there. But yeah, destructuring is a great thing to maybe research on your own time a little bit and try it out. Maybe modify this to try destructuring and see if you can get it to work. Console log is the new border 1 pixel solid red. Yeah. Yeah, back in the days, for those of you who haven't been following me for forever and ever, back before we learned JavaScript, we did a bunch of stuff just with, building little local projects with just HTML and CSS. And yeah, we always outlined our divs and sections with a 1 pixel solid red border to try to tell us where everything was, or we'd outline it in different colors, and it was wild. Remember the zoo analogy? Yeah. All right, so if we get an error, which is possible, we're going to try to catch that. And we're going to do something similar to what we did before. If error, we're going to return a status of 500. Again, you could get more specific with your statuses if you wanted. I'm not going to. And we're going to send the error back. And you just made me type out Comic Sans instead of catch. It's poisoned your mind. Now, I don't know if this is the best thing to do here, redirecting again, regardless of whether it passes or fails. You may want to do something different here, but that's up to you. Yeah, I would think the catch actually does slow you being hungry. Yeah, the catch. Yeah, you're right. I don't think we necessarily need the catch here. The try catch thing was something I added fairly late when I was building this, and I thought, oh wait, I need try catch blocks, and then I think I screwed it up worse. So like screwed up my logic worse. So yeah, you're right. I think this is redundant and not needed. Yeah, it was a mistake to try to add try catch blocks late in the process, late in the day. But yes, you're not wrong. Okay, but anyway, this is our post method, and should theoretically now allow us to post things using the to-do task sort of model that we've created up to MongoDB. So let's see if we can get this to work with our post. We'll see what happens, huh? All right, so over here in my to-do list, I'm going to create a new task. All right, and let's see if it works. Let's see, did I save everything? Yeah, I did. All right. Okay, so look at that. How do I know it worked? I already know it worked. How do I know? It was going to redirect me whether I got an error or not. So that's not the case. How do I know that it worked? Without even looking at my database. Yeah, the terminal, right? We console logged. Exactly. Yeah. So what can I see here? Well, I can see a few things. I can see that I passed my title through. It came through correctly. I passed my content through. Now, how do and I passed my date through, right? How do I know it was written to the database successfully? I mean, that it could, depending on where I put my console log, it could have, I could have just be logging the object that I'm trying to pass up. Yeah, exactly. LitDab says, yeah, because we got an object ID. Yeah. And if we recall, this is the default unique identifier within MongoDB is this, underscore ID. This is a unique ID that's generated for everything that we create. So let's just take a peek in our database real quick and make sure it went to the right place. Because that could be another thing. I'm expecting it to go to this database called to-do tasks-demo. Excuse me. And be listed in the tasks collection. So I'm going to refresh this. Yeah, okay. So without even going into the collection, I can see that there is now a document in my collection. So I can click in there. Now you're not going to be able to see this. It's going to be behind my head. I apologize. I can move it over. Hopefully y'all can see that now. It's been written to the database with the appropriate date, title, and content. So it looks like we are cooking with gas. Zeta says, oh no, it logged. Now I got to do this stuff on the list. Oh no. So Antasha, you're going to want to double check that you have the collection specified in your schema or in your model. So go to your to-do task.js file and double check that you have the correct collection specified here. Okay, Charlie, I know what happened to yours. So it went to a new database called test. Yeah, and that's the default database that where it goes when you don't specify a database. So check your .env file. Go to your env and make sure that you are specifying an existing database that you already have created. You've created your database, you've given it a name, and then you take that name and you put it here into your connection string before the question mark. Okay? Miss Babel says, man, I love when it works. Yeah, it's a good feeling, isn't it? So yeah, so Charlie, I'm 100% sure that's your problem. You either have like a spelling error or you didn't specify a database name in here, or you tried to specify a database name that doesn't exist. So double check that, and that's why it wrote to test. And Natasha, since it wrote to the wrong collection, you'll need to check your to-do task.js and make sure that you're specifying the correct collection here inside of your model method. You got back an object, Goofer. So Goofer, you got something in the console? Natasha, I had the same thing in .env. Yeah, okay. So it wasn't posting the wrong collection, it was posting the wrong database. Yeah. Console gave me nothing. Okay, you can console log the let's see. It should display the error in the browser if you got an error. Yeah, if you do figure out why, let us know. Other folks might have the same problem. That's interesting. Yeah, I would think it would display in browser. It would display the error in the browser, but I might be wrong. Charlie, just for now, I mean, it's okay if it goes to test. You tried adding the database name to the .env. Did you add it before the question mark? Like it needs to go right here after the slash before the question mark and you know, check your case and everything. Confirm that that's absolutely correct. And also too, maybe reset your connection as well. So like, you know, turn off nodemon and turn it back on so that reconnects to the database. Because otherwise it's not gonna reread this connection string unless you reconnect, right? So you can make changes to this and save it. And if your nodemon didn't refresh, it's not gonna reread this string. Does that make sense? So stop your server and restart it so it rereads the connection string. Hope that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Because the reason why I say that is because what Rascal said, it's alive. Yeah. nodemon doesn't restart when non-JavaScript files are changed. So if I make a change to CSS or HTML or whatever, or an env file, your nodemon isn't going to read that. Yeah, exactly, Charlie. That was the problem. Yep. So for anybody that's like, why does it keep rewriting to test? I changed my connection string. Why is it doing this? Well, stop your server using Control-C. Hit Control-C, stop your server, and then npm start to restart it so it rereads the connection string. Okay. Okay. Good. I'm glad folks starting to get it. Okay. Goofer G still having trouble. Yeah, I'm not really sure. It just loads an empty object. I'm not really sure what's going on there, Goofer. I think that's one of the 10 million things I forgot over break. Goofer, what I would suggest is inside of your server.js, just put console logs everywhere. Just console log it. Like just after you create the task, like console log that. You know, console log the object that you just created. Console log at every step and see where it stops working. More console logs. More better. Yeah. All right. So we've done our post, which is awesome. Now let's see if we can. Sorry, I'm just checking something here. I'm checking what the best thing to do next is. I would say the next thing we're going to do is we are going to finally add some EJS so that we can not only just post tasks from our main screen here, we can also read the existing tasks that are in the database and list them out below our input box. So I think that's the next thing that we're going to do. The stack for this is MERN minus React, so it is the men stack tonight. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and make it so that we can display the list of existing tasks below our input form on our main page. And we've already kind of started to set this up when we rendered our index.ejs. But I realize now that when I changed this format, I left out the actual, I deleted a part that I actually need. So let me just put that back. When we render our EJS, we don't want to just render our EJS. We also want to pass in the list of existing tasks from our database. So which I think for some folks that maybe were having trouble with the GET request before, if you replaced it with this, it might be working now, but basically it's working now because it doesn't have to talk to the database. But we do actually need to get a list of tasks, and we actually need to go into the database, find a list of tasks, and send them along with our render. So along with our render method, we also need to send the list of tasks so that we can display it here on the page when it renders. Does that make sense? So I'm curious to see what happens if you put that, if we're going to put the find back in here. And that may, for those of you who are struggling with the post, it may be that it wasn't that your Git suddenly started working, it was that you weren't ever hitting the database in the first place. So that's why it wasn't working before. But we'll see. I'm curious. All right, so we're going to modify our render here. And I'm going to replace just the plain render. I'm going to replace the plain render with our find. So we're going to go into to-do task, and we want to find a list of all existing tasks that are in the database. So in my case, there should only be one. And I'm going to have actually not going to use the error parameter. I don't think that's necessary, but I'm just going to do it. All right. So in here, first we're going to find the list of tasks in the database. Then we're going to render our EJS and pass in that task list. Okay. So res. Some of you may already have this, but we kind of revised it. And now we're revising it back because we don't have all the elements that we need. So I should have just left it as is. But oh well. More repetition. Okay. So we need to not only render, we need to pass back our full list of tasks into our EJS. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. What if there are no tasks yet? Well, you could always you can add, if you're having trouble with the post, you could always add a task manually. So you can just go into Mongo if you would like and say you probably can't see that, again, it's behind my head. You can do that manually in Mongo. You can where's the insert document? Right here. You can click insert document and put manually type title, content, and date, and you can just have you can have it be whatever, just test and then a date, and then that will you can manually create a document that way for testing purposes. Okay, so we're passing back our task list, and we need that in order to list it inside of our EJS file. Okay, and again, I know this is not perfect, but it does work, and it is going to render. So all right, making sure I didn't miss anything here. No, man, just so Goofer, it's possible that you might have just something fundamentally wrong with your either your schema or your connection string. So it could be just a very basic thing where you got this far, but you can't post or get. I'm curious if you try Goofer, if you try the get again as well, that may fail now that you're actually trying to hit the database. Yeah. Also too, yeah, and that's a good from full stack. That's good advice. If you're getting an error, scroll all the way up to the top of the error and see if you can see, like that's where the meat of the error usually is that's where it'll tell you what line is wrong or specifically what method is failing. Yeah. Okay. So actually, so no, that's not my, Miss Bavel, that is not my database and collection name, actually. My database name is To Do Tasks Demo, and my collection name is Tasks. So that actually may, no, but I think in this case, it's really just, I'm just declaring the object key that I'm passing back, but I guess we'll see how this goes, because yeah, my database from earlier today was called To Do Tasks. However, I don't think this is the same thing. Yeah, Goofer, I was thinking that your Git would fail as well. So you've got something wrong in either your connection string or your schema. So really look at those closely. Yeah, so we'll see if this works in just a minute. Yeah, and this may fail for me because I've changed my, and I'm trying to, this will be, this is kind of an experiment for me because I don't fully understand what this is for. So I'm going to see if it works. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Blip. I don't think this has anything to do with my database name. Yeah, this it could, because we've already declared all of that. We're connecting to the database in our env file, right? We're passing that in our connection string. We're connecting to the collection itself in our schema, right? When we create the schema, we're connecting. So we're already there. We are in there, baby. We are already drilled down. So really, this here, this is just a name. And we're going to reference this name in our EJS, but really this doesn't, I don't think this has to match our database name at all. Oh no, it's okay, Miss Babel. This is all, yeah, it's all new. We haven't really done this before. That's a good point there, Korma. Yep, double check your variables as well. No, these are not key value pairs in our database. Nope. This is just the object that we are passing back to our EJS so that our EJS can then reference. So here, once we start doing the EJS, it might be a little clearer. Let's go into that. So we have so back in our EJS, and we're going to take another break here very shortly. I just want to test one line of EJS to make sure that it's going to render something for me. And we are getting them, exactly. Yeah. All right, so we have in our EJS, we have our form, right? And that's kind of like the header of our page. It's up here, we have our form, and it has our button. And then down below, I essentially just want to create a list. And make sure I'm going to be in the right bucket here. I think so, yeah. So below the form, I'm just going to start a list. It's going to be an unordered list. And I'm going to give it a class of to do list. Okay. So in this list, I essentially want it to be dynamic, right? I want it to be bigger or smaller depending on how many items I have in my database. I want it to essentially add or delete list items automatically depending on, when I add or delete, or I want it to respond to the things that I have in my database. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I left my tea over there on the table, so I'll have to do the hydrate in just a little bit, Akram. But yeah, normally I have my tea right here and I can just fulfill that. But yeah, it's over there on the table. I'll get it, I promise. Okay. So what I need to do is utilize a little bit of EJS here. So essentially what I want to do is start a for each loop that's going to read through each of the tasks that we are sending back from the server and create a list item for it. Here we go with the wacky EJ loop syntax. I know. It's wild, man. Okay, so here is where that to-do tasks, that key that we created, right? To-do tasks. Now, what does for each do for us? What does for each do? We know for each, right? We've seen it. What does it do? Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. We're looping through the object, because this is an object. It's not a collection anymore. It's come back from the database, and it's an object now. And so we're looping through each of the tasks in the object, right? So to do tasks for each, and then we are just going to, we can call this whatever we want. Content, who cares? It's just a parameter that we're passing in. So for each, we're going to do something. For each thing in this object, yep, looks at each, that's a great way to put it. Cormusworth, looks at each thing. Yes. Content, and then do something. All right, now what do we want to do for each item? What's the fundamental thing we're trying to do for each item? Just thinking, just broad strokes here. Well, yeah, we want to display it, right? We want to display it as a what? Specifically what? List item, yes. We want to display it as a list item. Li, and we're going to give it a class of to-do list item. Okay, and then inside of each list item, yeah, and then thank you, Rascal, for pausing on that. So yeah, so essentially for each item in this, I shouldn't have said object, I should have said array. You're correct. For Pred, thank you for pointing that out. Yep. So what we're actually getting back is an object with a single key and tasks as an array. Yeah. So what we're getting back here is an object with a single key to do tasks, and tasks. The task list itself is an array, and you could console log this as well. And we can probably see that. So let's go ahead. Well, I'm going to add a console log here just for better illustration. See if we can. I wonder if I can. I'll just do this. Console log to do tasks. I wonder if it's going to let me do this. To do tasks. And I just do that. Will that work? May not work. To do tasks. Nah, that's probably not going to work. Oh well. Well, we'll see it anyway when it renders that we are indeed looping through an array, because it's for each, as we said, for each only works on arrays, right? So I'm not gonna break something that works. We'll see it. Because yes, for each, we are getting back an array in an object, and we're pulling each item out of that array. And we are going to create a new list item. And inside of that list item, I want to have essentially two elements, right? I want to have a title, and I want to have content, right? And I want to have my buttons. Okay. So we're just gonna do the first part of this, and we're gonna make sure it works, and then we're gonna take a break. Okay. So inside of my list item, first thing I'm gonna render is just the title of each task. So here I'm gonna use a div because sure, why not? Let's do it. And I'm gonna give it a class of to-do list item title. And for the content of this particular div, I'm going to use a little EJS to help me render the title that I'm currently looking at. In the loop, I want to render the, not details, sorry, content dot title and render that. So it's going to loop through, and for each item that it gets back in that object, for each item in the array that it gets back, it is going to display that inside of a div, and that div is going to be inside of a list item. Okay, so that's good for now. Let's just see if that renders, because there's other stuff we're going to want to add, but let's see if that renders. All right, so let's see. Oh, okay, I have an error. That's all right. Oh, haha, I have a typo. So how did I know that? Well, I saw that my app crashed. Right? And how did I figure out what was wrong? Well, I'm seeing that I'm getting an error and I have res is not defined. So I think I know where the problem is. That's because when I reformatted my get method, I wrote out request and response fully. So I just need to change this to be fully written out response. So that's the first thing. Okay, good. And there was a problem with my EJS, so we fixed one error. Now let's see what the next one is. Missing parenthesis after argument list in index.ejs. Okay, yeah, and that's right. As several folks have said, yep, I am missing my closing tags that I need, right? And again, but how did I know all this so quickly? Well, I was able to, so a lot of the stuff down here at the bottom of the error is pretty useless, right? You gotta scroll up for the good stuff. Okay, so yeah, I'm missing some closing tags. You don't need the parenthesis there in the to-do tasks. This is fine as is, but I am missing some closing tags, I think. Let me just double check that. Yes, I am. And you are exactly right. I need to put my closing tags right here. And that'll be caret this. Because yeah, you have to like enclose these in their own tag. There. I think that maybe fix it. We'll see. We shall see. Hey, what up? Yeah, thanks, Cormosaurus. Yep, that was exactly right. Good troubleshooting there. Yeah, and Rascal's right. It even tells you the line number sometimes. Exactly. So if you're getting an error, how you can troubleshoot quickly is by scrolling up to the top of the error. And I think it's still maybe erroring out. Let me stop my server and restart it just to confirm. I'm getting lost in the sauce here. But okay, let me refresh again. Okay, good. We're clean now. We're all good. Why is that red? It's not because it's wrong. It's just the way I don't have VS Code configured to really display EJS properly. So no, it's correct in syntax. It just doesn't display well. Yeah, and Rascal, that's a great way to put it. Errors in the terminal like this are meant to be read from top to bottom. So to get to the good stuff, what you always see when you get an error, right, is you see all this junk, and this means nothing. You're like, how the frickety frack do I read this, right? But in order to get to the goods, you got to scroll up to the top of the error to basically tell you where the problem is. So in this case, it said missing parenthesis after argument list because I didn't have the proper closing tags. So it couldn't render it because it didn't know, like, I didn't have these closing tags on here. Yeah. Well, it's not different though, right? And Tasha, it's not different. These tags here look the same as the closing tags here. So the caret with the parenthesis, sorry, I just screwed it up too. The caret parenthesis, the caret percent sign, not parenthesis, the caret percent sign is the sort of the standard tag format. Yeah, that's right. Wrathful, of course, knows the distinction better than I do, but yeah, this is just generally enclosing something, and then this is where you're actually going to be outputting something. Yeah. Right, because here we're outputting the title. So that's what we did here. We outputted the title into a list. All this talk about carrots is making me hungry. Well, I think it's break time, so feel free to grab a snack. We're going to break, and then when we come back, we are going to finish populating our list, and then essentially we're going to have the meat and potatoes of this homepage completely done. And then after that, after that, we're going to make sure that we can edit and delete things, but those are less, involved. And then our edit page is going to be very similar to our home page here. It's going to do a lot of the same things, but have some crucial differences. Potatoes. I love potatoes. All right, break time. I've strung you along long enough. Breaky break. Reset the timer. Feel free to look at my GitHub if you are lost in the sauce. And, feel free to do some troubleshooting during the break. And I'll see you back here shortly. Timer's running. Ham sandwich. That sounds like a good idea, Devil. I'm going to grab something, I think. I don't know what yet, but something. Oh, you've still got plenty of time. Don't worry. But I realized that I promised I would do a poll at the next break, and I think we are definitely at a break now. So I'm going to get a poll set up, and I think I forgot to do it at the last break, so I apologize. But I believe the poll was about what is the best HTML tag. So I'm actually trying to find it here. But yeah, I'm going to get that poll going as well. You can submit your best, pick your best tag. Yes, and I do have my tea. All right, I'm going to get that going. Okay, so the poll is going. I didn't think about the fact that I had to specify like the specific poll options. So there is an other option. If you click other, then you have to say your favorite HTML tag in chat. So be thinking about that. Also, I didn't get to eat my snack. I have my tea, so I can do the hydrate, but I didn't get to take a bite of my snack. Oh well. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and stop the timer before it beeps. Yeah, MKE. So I agree with Devil there. You didn't. It looks like you didn't send a response because it's waiting for it. That's why it's spinning like that, because it's waiting for a response, but it isn't getting one. So double check your code that you have either res or response specified somewhere, or you're rendering something, or who knows, that you have something specified to be happening there. Lars Drew, if you have a favorite tag, feel free to specify it in chat, but you have to choose the other option, choose other in the poll and then specify your favorite tag in chat. So, right. Camera back on, and we are back. We are back and better than ever. All right. Welcome back. Let me get my windows arranged here. It's always a challenge. I need more bigger monitors. I think that's the only solution. More monitors that are bigger. That's the only relevant solution. Hey, welcome, please. Yes, give in more monitors, indeed. Yeah, I had a 4-monitor setup for work, but for a while. But then I cannibalized one of them to use in this setup because I'm a cheapskate. And I didn't use a work monitor. I used one of my own that I had been using for work, and I moved it over here. But I think I just need to buy more at this point. Okay, so let's keep fleshing out our list because we saw that anchor tags are fun. That's true. Because we saw that we are able to render, basically we are able to render our EJS based on what we have in our database. So that shows us that we can use EJS to render a list item. So let's flesh this out a little bit more. Okay, so I have to-do list item title. I'm rendering the title of my object that I'm bringing back, of my task, I guess. So I'm rendering that. And the other thing I want to render, though, is I also want to render the content. So we have the title, we have the content. I want to show them both. Let's do that. So that's going to be very similar. I'm essentially just going to copy this item and change the class from title to content, because that's what we want to show. And I'm going to change my EJS here to say, hey, please render the content instead. So title, render content. I realized this was a bad parameter name to pick. I apologize. You can call it something differently if that is going to make it easier for you. In fact, I might just rename this to what should I call it? Like body or something, or task maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna change that name. Try that. See if make sure that works. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, data. Yeah, data is a great one as well. Yep. So just making that a little bit more clear that the task is everything we're passing in, but what we're actually rendering here is just the title portion and then the content portion. And I'm going to do that hydrate that I put off here. Yep, or just destructure all the things. Yeah, of course. That would work too. Okay, so we've got our title, we've got our content. Now, what else do we need? Well, if we look at the finished version, we have the title, we have the content, but then we also have these two options here, one for edit and one for delete. Yes. I am drinking tea. I'm drinking black tea that is very cold. It is ice cold. It was hot at one point and now it is cold. Yes, but that's okay. It's still hydration and that's what's important. Yeah, so we have title, content, but then we also have these two buttons here that we can click, or items here that we can click, one for edit and one for delete, right? Okay, so we're going to want to add those as well. And instead of buttons here, I'm actually just going to mark these as links, because they're not like it's not like a form that we're going to like submit or something like that. We're going to kind of specify what this does. So I'm going to use an anchor tag here. Somebody was saying that was their favorite. We're going to do that. We're going to use a href. And what I'm going to do there is I'm going to generate a path that's called edit. Now what this is going to do is it is going to basically alert our server that we're going to be wanting to edit something. And so we're going to set up the server side component of this in a little bit, but this is telling it we want to edit something. Now, what do we want to edit? Well, what we want to edit is the ID of the thing we clicked on, right? So if I'm in this version of the app and I click edit, the thing I want to edit is obviously the thing I'm currently clicking on, right? I want to edit this item, specifically this item. Now, inside of Mongo, how do we identify database items uniquely? What do we use to uniquely identify database items? Yeah, each item has an ID. Absolutely, yeah. So what we're essentially doing is we're saying, all right, hey EJS, grab the task dot underscore ID. Yeah. Grab the ID of the task for the row we're currently on and send that back up to the server as a path. And our server is going to be listening for that. Let's see, whoops, I make sure I get this right. So inside the quotes there, and we close our tag, but we're sending it up as a string. Okay, yeah, so that should work. Edit / tag details ID, or task ID in this case, and then close tag and string. All right, and our class in this case is going to be edit. All right. Yeah, ID is an object, underscore ID is the string. Yep. That's a good question, Predator. Could this keyword be used here, or is EJS different? I don't know. Does somebody know that answer? All right, so this is the action inside of this link that we've created. That is the action that's going to happen. It's going to send that path up. Our server is going to be listening. It's going to take us to an edit page. However, this link is nothing, right? I want to specifically display this icon, right? I want the link to be attached to this icon here, this font awesome icon. And so in order to do that, inside of my link, I'm also going to need to kind of like initialize the icon and pull it out of the font awesome library. So I'm going to have a span inside of my link, right? I'm inside the anchor tags here, inside between the anchor tags. I'm going to have a span, and with the same class as like what we used before. Class is font awesome, or FAS, and the icon I want to use is FA edit. Okay, and that's going to basically pull this edit icon out of the font awesome library and display it on the page. Okay, cool. Let's test that real quick, see if it works. That poor Link, savagely being told is nothing. Poor little guy. I know. We're giving it some form and substance here. All right. Yeah, so whoever changed that, I deliberately displayed my credentials on stream because previously when I didn't, people really struggled with it. What I normally do is trust people to not get in there, and I do change the password after stream, so please don't edit anymore. I displayed my credentials deliberately. So please respect that and don't change my database entries. I'm going to be changing the password after the stream, but for now, I just know that I displayed my credentials to help you, okay? I displayed my credentials on purpose, so please don't edit my stuff because I'm trying to help you all. I understand what you're going for there, but please don't edit my please don't edit my database entries. Cool? Cool. All right. Yeah, let's not ruin a nice thing. I'm doing it on purpose, so don't ruin it for me, all right? Okay. But yes, I fully understand the risk, and I did it on purpose. Be adults indeed. I trust you. Yes, and I could absolutely work with localhost, but I choose not to because I want to teach you how to use Atlas. So please respect that. And I trust that you will. After I've told, I'm laying it out now. I'm telling you once, and I know that y'all are going to hear that. You're going to know why I displayed my credentials, and nobody's going to do it again. And I trust you. All right. Yeah, it's okay if you came late. That's why I'm laying it out. The connection strings are different. There's differences here, and we're specifically focusing on Atlas and navigating around Atlas in the course that most of us are enrolled in. And so I'm being I'm sticking to the course because I want to help folks with the course material. That's what I do. That's why I'm here. And so, some stuff you might be like, well, that's not best practice, or, oh, you should use localhost or whatever. But nope, I'm doing it. Please, know that I'm doing stuff because I want to help you all. And stuff I do might make things harder for me, but I'm doing it so that it makes things easier for you to learn. For the most part, sometimes I truly screw up, right? Sometimes I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing, but for the most part, I'm sticking to the class material because that's what Leon wants us to learn. So that's what I'm going to teach. All right. Okay. So got that cleared out. I'm going to edit this document. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to refresh. I'm going to do a little bit of stuff in the database here. Clear out. I'm going to refresh. We'll see that document that got changed. I can show you. You probably can, is that behind my head? Okay, hopefully you can see that. You can do manual document. That's the description of my channel. You can do manual document manipulation right here in MongoDB as well. So I can trash this document. Beep boop. I can flag it for deletion, and then I can click the delete button, and I delete the document. Okay, now I'm going to put a new one in there. Not there. I'm going to put it right here. We're going to add another one. And then what we should see now is my new document gets posted. The old document goes away. All right, there we go. So we can see that is EJS at work, grabbing that and displaying it for us. And it's also displaying the edit button that we just added, right? You're unstuck my wagon. Nice. Yes. Unstick that wagon. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can mess with IPs and stuff like that, but I had some issues with Heroku and IPs and stuff like that. So I'll be, like I say, I change the password after every stream. So that's what I'll definitely be doing after this one. Yeah. Okay. So we've got we've shown that we can render stuff. We have an edit button now, but if I click this edit button, obviously nothing is going to happen, right? Because we don't have an edit route set up. We'll do that in just a minute. The last thing I'm going to do is basically finish formatting this list. So the next thing I want to add is also I want to add a delete button. And so after we do that, then we will kind of have the format of our list be fully set. And so setting up the final button is going to be very similar to the first one. So I'm actually just going to kind of copy paste this. Less typing that way. All right, so we've got our task ID, except I'm going to pass a different path this time, I'm going to remove it instead of editing it, right? Because I want to basically tell my server we're doing something different this time. The first time we wanted to edit something, the next time we wanted to remove. And I'm also going to give it a different class for remove so I can style it differently. And this time I'm going to pull in a different icon. So instead of the edit icon, I'm going to use the times icon. It's just like an X, right? It's just an X. So fa times, that will pull it from the Font Awesome library and make it so we get a nice X there on the screen. Beep, boop. There we go. Perfect. Excuse me. Okay. And that essentially finishes our homepage. Now, obviously, we still need to style it, right? But that's like the least of our worries. So that's all the content that we really need on the homepage. And as we add new things to the database, so let's just add something else here. We're going to add new task 3, new content 3. Boop. We're going to add text. There we go. And as we do that, as expected, our tasks are generating, right? And it's not only, you know, showing the task, right? It's creating new icons each time too. New task 1 and new content 1. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Perfect. So so the logic is there, and then the styling it will be the fun part, right? That making it look decent. I don't know. I personally think it looks decent with no CSS, but you know, I do a lot of things without CSS. I'm used to looking at SQL all day. If you've ever seen SQL, it ain't pretty. So I think I'm a little biased in the wrong direction. Yes. All right. So we've got our index.ejs done. Now let me just look at something real quick. Let's go ahead and set up our routes for our edit and remove in our server.js file. And then what we'll do next after that is we'll set up our edit.ejs that will allow us to then act on that edit option and edit a task. You like how this is set up with just getting the ID from the LI? Yeah, because that's really all you need, right? That's the unique identifier for the database, is the ID. So you don't need any of the other stuff because the ID is truly 100% unique. I'm not quite sure what you're asking there, Lars. Title. Oh, no. So Lars, don't worry. We're gonna add CSS to this. Don't worry. It's gonna look much better. Lars, here's what it's gonna look. Here's how it's gonna look in the end. It'll look much better. Yeah. Don't worry. We're focusing on logic for now, but we will. Yeah, I agree. This does not, you know, with the title next to the content, that's no good. But we are gonna format it nicely in the end. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, we'll fix it. Okay, so let's go ahead. We've created some new actions, right? We've created some new server-side actions that we want to happen, an edit and a remove. And so we need to then make sure that our server is ready for those and knows how to handle them, okay? So we're going to go back to our server.js file. So we have our get, right? We have our post or our create. And after that, we essentially want to have our edit or update. Should be consistent here. Update method. Yeah. All right, so down here is where we're gonna say what happens when I actually click this little edit pencil, right? Well, what happens in the finished version? So, in the finished version, once I click this little pencil, it takes me to a new screen, and what I see here is that it's taken the existing task, title, and content, and put it inside of an editable. It's put it inside of an editable box. And so I can make changes to this and confirm that change and watch it change in the database, right? So that's what happens when I click that edit pencil. I get taken to a new page. It puts the task that I clicked on. So if I click on a different task, it'll do the same thing. Put the task that I clicked on inside of editable boxes, and then I can either confirm that change or cancel. Yeah. Oh, Lars asked, what is flagged for deletion? If you're working directly in Mongo, like in the GUI in Mongo, and you click delete, it doesn't delete it right away. It flags it. And so you have to click again to actually delete it. So if it says it's flagged, it hasn't been deleted yet, it's still there, and you have to actually click delete in order for it to delete. Functional first, indeed, yes. Okay, so let's configure our edit. So there's going to be a couple things that we're going to want to do here, right? We can't just do like a put here. What we're actually going to want to do is first direct the user to that edit page specifically, which we've already set up. The edit page is called edit.ejs, and so first thing I want to do is I want to ensure that I'm listening for the appropriate route. So a route is being sent by our EJS, and that route is edit, and what's being passed within the route is a specific object ID, right? We're tossing up it's listening for the path with this parameter of an ID. And so we're going to extract that ID out. And what are we going to do with it? Well, the first thing that we're going to want to do is recognize that on our edit page, I still want the list of tasks to the list of tasks to essentially render, right? I still want to show all the potential tasks. So I'm also going to have to just re-get the task list, like the list of all tasks. So I'm going to do kind of what I did before. I'm going to get first. So first we're routing to the page, then we get the task list. We're going to do a rec res. And I'm going to specifically target the task that I'm passing in. So rec params ID. Essentially what this is going to do is it's going to, oh, sorry, and I'm missing a parenthesis there, my bad. Boop, there, fixed. Get, and I don't have my closing parenthesis. There we go, okay. So I'm going to target the task that I'm passing, sorry, the ID that I'm passing up enclosed in this path as a parameter. Request parameter ID is this parameter right here. That's what I'm passing up. And I want to essentially find the list of all tasks and the specific task that I want to edit. Do task find that, and we're essentially going to do what we did before when we did our get tasks. Get on up there. First thing we want to do is we want to res.render our EJS page. And pass in to our EJS, pass in the tasks that we're going to kind of dump into that list. And separately, the specific task that I want to load into this text box right here. I have to single it out so I know which task I'm going to load into the text box. Can't talk anymore. All right. There we go. Okay, so I'm grabbing those tasks. I'm rendering edit.ejs. This will let me both list the tasks that are not being edited and specifically identify the task that is being edited so I can put it in here. Hey, Best, welcome. Good to see ya. Okay, so, all right, so that's the basic. This is the setup, right? That's not what we're trying to do here, right? We're trying to do an edit. We're trying to actually edit an existing task. So I found kind of an interesting way to do this. So rather than like a put, what we're actually going to do is we're going to do a post, but using the built-in method of find by ID and update. I'm not sure if this is the best way to do it, but does it work? Yes, it does. So let's do that. So post. And also too, let me pause here for a second. Why am I doing it this way? Why don't I have app here and then just .route, .get, .post do these things? Why did I do it that way? Anybody have any ideas? What is it called when you what specific? It doesn't matter. You know, forget about Express for a minute. What is it called when you you know, just kind of put like the dot. Again, I'm stop my parentheses. Here we go. Well, it makes it easier to read, sure. Yeah, we're chaining, right? Yeah, we're chaining. We're chaining methods together. We're doing each of these things in sequence. You know, app dot, because if I were to chain these like next to each other, like route and then do the dot get, it would just be impossible, right? You wouldn't be able to read it. So in this case, we can enter in between each one and put each one on its own line and kind of just do them, you know, still in sequence, but it's still chained, still in sequence, but not right next to each other. So yeah. All right, so we're going to do a post. And again, we're going to declare our ID. I'm just going to copy and paste this. Const ID. We need the ID, essentially, of the item that we're working with, of the item that we're editing, this item right here. We need this ID so that we can look it up in the database and essentially find it by the ID and update it. Yeah, I do. I know. I see. I have an extra. I'll take care of that once we're done. I'll get rid of that. Don't worry. Yep. That the red is burning there down at the bottom. I know. But thanks for pointing it out. Yeah, when y'all catch stuff, that definitely helps me solve things faster when I do get an error. Absolutely. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we've got the ID of the thing we're passing in our path, right? We've got this parameter, this ID. We've assigned it to a variable called ID. And we're going to use our existing model and we're going to say, hey, find by, now you can see as I start typing, there's a bunch of different methods I could use here. I could do find by ID and delete, remove, update, delete, remove, update. Okay, but what we're going to use is, since we specifically have the ID, we're going to use the method that's built for it. We're going to use find by ID and update. So what do I need to pass in? Well, it needs an ID, first off, sure. And then it also needs essentially the structure that I want to update. So first I need to pass in the ID. And then we're going to do very similar to what we did on the original post. We're just going to add in the title, rec body title. So it's finding the ID and it's going to update it with the body of the request, basically this, right? Once I hit this confirm button, it's going to package this up as a body and it's going to then post that, it's going to find the item by ID and update the existing item. Okay, so content, and again, you could destructure this, it would be a lot cleaner. That's absolutely something you could do. But destructuring is a little spicy for people that haven't seen it before. Okay. And so theoretically that should find the item by the existing item in the database by its ID, update it with whatever we put in here. And if there's an error, we want to handle that. Send back the error so we can see it. Whoops. Send error. And redirect them back to the home page. Again, I'm not sure if the redirect might cause the error to go away, which we don't want, but I'm not entirely sure on that. All right, so yes, and as Devil mentioned, I do have extra set of parentheses there. We'll get rid of that. Okay, and so that should take care of the logic for us being able to display our page, generate the list to render, and also take care of the logic of what happens when I click confirm. Okay, perfect. No date. Yep, no date. Date is a default value, and that is put in automatically within our schema. So, yep, good question though. Yeah, we don't want to change the date. We want that to be whatever, whenever we submitted the task. Yeah. So that's our update. Okay, and then we just double check something here. Edit. Yep, we're going to edit that. Click edit, render. Okay, perfect. All right. Okay, well, the reason I use post here, and that's a great question. The reason I use post here is because it's, I don't know if you call this cheating, but we're gonna, again, on our edit page, this will make more sense once we set up the EJS on this page. Again, we're gonna make use of a form to essentially package all this stuff up and toss it up to the server automatically without having to have a dedicated fetch request. So you're like, okay, well, why does that matter? Why can't I just have a built-in action, a put action on my form, right? Sure, why does it have to be a post? Does anybody know? Why? So I want to use a form here because it's going to help me package everything up, and I don't have to use a dedicated fetch request to get the stuff because the form has that functionality built in. Yeah. Rascal did the same thing. Yeah, because I don't want to have to write. I want to use native built-in functionality that's built into forms. And I don't want to write any client-side JavaScript. Exactly. Yeah. And Blip and Rascal are both right, and so is Zyru. Yes, for some reason, for some bizarre reason, forms do not support put requests. Yeah. And it's the wildest thing. I fell down that rabbit hole a few projects ago. I don't remember which one. I was like, oh yeah, I can use forms for everything. And, I'm going to use them for my puts. And I was like, why isn't this working? And I Googled it finally. And for some reason, it's just not in the spec for forms. Forms do not support put request. That's true. Yes, Devil. But I don't want to write, I don't want to have any client-side JavaScript just for this one thing. And maybe that's cheating. I don't know. I don't really care. I don't want to write any client-side JavaScript. It's all going in my server. So we're going to use a post and we're going to use find by update to make it work in the server. Call it cheating, whatever. We're throwing spaghetti at the wall, right? Rascal says, I was too late. I did the same thing. I was too lazy to write client-side JavaScript code. Virtual high five, baby. Yes. Extra work. Who wants to do extra work? Yeah. Hey, maybe it's a bad take. I don't know. Feel free to, switch over to somebody else's stream if you really want to. But I like having you here, though. Stick around. But yeah, we're gonna fudge it a little bit. We're gonna cheese it, however, whatever you want to call it. You want to cheat, whatever. We're gonna post, and we are going to find by ID and update. And then we are going to send that and essentially just update by the ID that we passed in. Everybody posting cheese. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, I believe the poll ended while I was ranting a little bit earlier, but the poll results are in view results. I just want to look at it real quick. Wow. Okay. H1 was by far the winner. Everybody likes H1 as H1 is best tag. Okay. Make it bold and make it powerful. I like it. We are bold, we are powerful. All right. Okay, so we've done that. We've created our logic. Now let's go ahead and build out our EJS so that we can populate this form with an existing item and edit it. Okay, so we'll pop into our edit.ejs. Now I'm gonna, oh, and I should save this as well. Sorry, I'm gonna save. Sure, okay, no errors, good. Yeah, and we're gonna copy a lot of content, so it's gonna go fast. This time is gonna go faster. Yep, absolutely. That is the perfect, yep, that's exactly what we're gonna do. So let's go ahead and we can grab the whole header from our, we can grab the whole header from our index.ejs. You can just copy paste that bad boy, plonk it in there. I am going to change, let's see, no, I don't need to change that. Everything else is good. We're linking to the same style sheet, right? We don't need to change style sheets. And then inside of our body, we can also copy most of the stuff. So we can just, let's just go ahead and grab it, and then we'll do some edits. So I'm just going to grab the whole body. I wonder if, can I do this? Hopefully. Drop that in there. I'm going to need a closing HTML tag as well. Okay. And HTML. I need my closing tag. My HTML. There. I could have done that more easily, but whatever. All right. So I'm going to change the title of my page. And I'm just going to call it edit list item. So this will be clear. This will make it clear that we're on a different page now. It has a different purpose, right? And I'm going to go ahead and remove, the big form. So if I go back home, I'm going to go ahead and remove this. We don't want this on our edit page. We want our edit page to do something different. So I'm going to take out everything inside of this form tag. Boop. Just taking it out. And I'm going to change how my list functions a little bit. It's going to remain mostly the same, but if I click on, let's say, if I try to edit test 3 here, I still want the other items to display, the other list items to display, but I don't want item test 3 to display in the same way as the others, right? I want it to have something special. Okay? So I still want everything to list out, but I want item test 3 to display with some special, you know, with text boxes around it, essentially. Yeah. All those misguided souls break crew for life. Yeah. I'm sorry if the Discord link doesn't work, Real Scunny. I can check that after the stream. That's weird, because it was, what it's supposed to do is it's supposed to link you directly to the README page for the Discord, like the read first page that everybody's supposed to read first to access the Discord. So maybe Leon changed that. Maybe I have to change that link. It's possible he made some edits. I don't know. Okay, but anyway, what do we need to do here? Okay, so we can keep, we still want a for each, right? Because we still want to loop through all the database items and display them in list form. But I want to add a condition here. I essentially want to say, hey, if you're looping through the list and you reach the item ID that we are intending to edit, then do something different. So essentially what I'm just going to do there is say, hey, I'm going to put my tags around it here. If task dot underscore ID, if that specific ID of the task we're looping through, in the list of things in the database, if that ID equals ID task, which is the task for the ID that we clicked edit for, if those match, then display a form. Okay. ID task. All right, and don't forget your like format tags around your EJS as well. You know, your little caret, %, those guys. And I'm gonna need some on the end there. I won't forget those. And also too, actually, I'm gonna need to move this closing. So I'm just gonna get rid of the closing bracket for now. So we just have our opening if statement, and it's gonna check. And if it is equal to the list item of the thing we are trying to edit, what I want to do is still display a list item, but do different stuff with it. To do list item. It's going to have the same class as the others. We want to have some of the same formatting. But inside of that list item, I'm going to put a form. Okay? So just like we did before, that form is going to have an action. And that action is going to be edit. It's going to be the same path that we passed in before, or the same path that we set up on the server side. So it's listening, our server is listening for edit ID. So we need to make sure that that's the path we are passing up to the server, right? So edit, and then grab the ID. Edit ID, I'm just making sure I get this right, so I'm going a little slower. Details, ID, grab that ID. And over there, hang on, come on. There we go. Hopefully that works. Oh, it needs to be inside of a string, that's why. Boop, there we go. I'm still getting used to EJS, it's wild, but yeah, the path needs to be inside of a string. So I closed it. Action needs to be inside of a string. I enclosed it in string. There we go. And my method, stop it. All right. My method, oh, sorry, it's not details, it's task. In my original version, I had it as details. So that's my reference. Sorry, good catch. Yeah, so for each task, right, you're exactly right. Yeah, I'll probably install the extension at some point. Yeah. I want to get familiar with hand typing it for now. I know it's tedious, but hand typing it helps me understand how it works. Like what am I actually doing here rather than it just auto-populating everything. But yeah, an extension would probably make it much easier. Yep. So we've got an action, and we also need a method. So in this case, put is not supported. Put is not supported, right? So we're using post as our method because we can't use put in a form. Post. All right. Our method is post, and that takes care of that. And then inside of our form, we can essentially put the same form items that we used in our index.ejs. So I can just grab these grab the form information, the input and the text area, and drop those in as well. Okay. Double checking here. Yeah, okay. So, but I don't want the value I don't want the I don't want the value of my on the edit page. I don't want the value of my input box to just be value the way it was on the home page, right? On the home page, the default value is just like title. Yeah, it's just title. And the default value for this box is content. I don't want that. I want the actual value of the thing that I'm trying to edit, right? So for my input box, I'm going to edit the value to be task. Yeah, task.title. Task.title, and then I close the tag. There we go. Task.title. So that's the default value there. So that's going to display like test 3 or whatever I clicked on. And then, yeah, and exactly, Goofer. Yeah. Task.content is going to be the the default value within our text area. Yep, within this bad boy. So yeah, we have task.title, task.content. Exactly. You got it. So I'll just drop that in there. Content. Okay. And then the very last thing we want is a button. Well, we want 2 buttons, actually. It's different to realize you can put variables and HTML attributes with EJS. Yeah, it's rad, isn't it? It's wild, right? Because the EJS is just rendering the HTML, and then after it renders, then it behaves. Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so then we need our buttons. We need 2 buttons, right? We want a confirm button and we want a cancel button. So inside of the form, I know we're getting pretty nested here, right? But be careful, stay inside your form tag and just add 2 buttons. So button and button. All right, one of them is going to be confirm, one of them is going to be cancel. So confirm and cancel, beep boop. All right, and I'm going to give my confirm button a type of, now what type am I going to give my button? Remember what's happening here. Let's not get lost in the sauce. As soon as I hit confirm, I'm going to be sending a post request up to the server, right? So what type of button do I want to use? Yeah, right. It's a submit. We want a submit button to submit the form. Yeah, so it passes up to the server. Exactly. Yep. So it's going to be a submit. Submit. And I'm also just going to give it a class of confirm as well for styling purposes. Yep. And for cancel, really all I want to do on cancel, let's watch what happens, what I do on cancel. So, okay, when I cancel, what happened there? Boop. What did it do? It redirected me back to the home page. Yeah. So, for my second button here, what I'm actually going to do is, and I apologize, I had you put a second button here. What I'm actually going to do is just make this a link back to the home page. Yeah, we're just going to redirect back to home. Yeah. So instead of a button, it doesn't need to be a button. It can just be a link. We're just going to ahref ourselves back home. And our server is already listening for the home path, right? It's already listening for it knows what to do with this path. So, well, and that link, I guess, is just going to work by itself, right? Yeah. So just redirect back home. And I'm going to give it a class of cancel for styling purposes. Can't spell cancel. There we go. Cancel. Timestamps don't go in seconds. All right, and I'm going to have the button text say cancel. Okay, so that's perfect. That gives us the logic for editing the specific item that we want to edit. So if I think this will, partially work. If I click edit, it should redirect me. Oh, and I don't have my closing tag, so this is not going to work yet. So ignore that. It's not going to work yet. I don't have the right closing tags. Don't worry about it. Just chill. Well, we'll finish it out first and then we'll run it. I don't have the closing tags on there, so hang on. But we're done with the form. And so this is what happens if I click on the item, right? It's gonna set up all this form stuff. It's gonna give me my 2 buttons, and those buttons are gonna control what happens. It's gonna send a post request up to the server, but I still need to list out everything else that doesn't match that ID, right? So essentially we have an if statement here. We're saying if task ID is equal to the specific task that we want to edit, then do all this stuff and render the form. What if it doesn't? What do I need here to finish out my else? I just said it. What do I need here to finish out my if statement? Little Freudian slip there. We need something. Else, yeah, Layla, you took a nice, yeah. Layla took advantage of my little slip there, and yeah. All right, so essentially, right, we started an if, so let's just forget about all the nonsense in between here. Just look at the EJS tags. So we have an if statement, we have an open parenthesis, sorry, an open bracket, right? So what do we need to do? Well, we need to close the bracket first, and then we need to start our else statement, right? Yeah. So just think, EJS becomes easier when you can think about, how you're enclosing each line of things. So in this case, we're just writing a normal if statement. We're just bracketing it with the caret and the percent sign. And down here, we want to continue. We want to close our if statement, start our else statement. And so I'm enclosing that line with the percent sign and the bracket and in the caret. And so I know I'm going to need some, I'm going to need some more formatting later on, but we'll get to that. So if it's not a specific item we want to edit, I'm just going to basically grab the same formatting that I used in my index.ejs file and plonk that in there to list out the remainder of the items. Bracket it all. Writing EJS tags is a pain, but it works. It does, yeah, it does. Okay, and after we finish this and it renders, then we will take another break. And then really all we have to do after that is add in our delete method into our server and then add styling, and then we'll be done. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab this whole to-do list logic here. Oop, not that. I'm gonna grab the whole to-do list logic from my index.ejs file. Yeah, actually, yeah, I can grab it all. I want all the way down to the UL. I'm gonna be real careful about this, because I don't want to mess up my closing tags. So, all right, we got to-do list item title, task title. We got our content. I still want the edit and delete buttons. That's fine. We can leave them in there. And I'm going to get rid of this extra bracket down here because I want this form still needs to exist inside of my UL. So I'm going to need 2 sets of closing tags here to make sure that I close out everything the way it should be. Yeah, EJS is painful, and I don't disagree with you. We're being asked to start with that for the purposes of our course, but I'm really looking forward to when we can move on to, anything else. For example, like React. Well, I think what we're going to move on to next here very soon is React, which I'm excited about. Yeah. So we've got our else. We are setting up our tasks. We're closing out our else, and we're also closing out the for each as well. So first we close out our for each loop, and then we close out our else statement, and all of that is inside of our UL. And actually I pasted this twice. Whoops. Sorry. Okay. There we go. Okay, we'll see if that works. We'll see if I did it right. Who knows? Save that, and we'll go back to localhost. Hey! There we go. All right, it's back. We're back. What is the syntax? The syntax, oh, hello. Yeah, hello, MY. So the syntax is EJS, and I don't disagree. It's easy to get it twisted. Let me just test this real quick. Okay, I still am missing a closing tag, probably. That's all right. It's EJS being EJS. Hang on, we'll find it. We'll find it. Oh, I think I know what I did. Yeah, all right, so I gotta remove this for each statement. And I have a duplicate here. I need to remove this UL. So what did I do there? I took out the for each, I took out this extra for each and this UL. So that should do it there. Yeah. Because I'm already looping through it at the very start of my list. So I start the loop. I check to see if there's a matching task. I start the loop. I check to see if there's a matching task. If it matches, I do all of this form stuff. If it doesn't, then I just render it as a regular list item. That's all we're doing there. That's fine. You can copy the edit.ejs just as long as you promise that you look at it and try to understand what it's doing. Okay? So just understand that we have an if statement here that's checking to see if this task matches the task we're trying to edit. And then our else statement, if it doesn't match, it's just going to render it as a regular list item. Okay, so let's try it again. We'll get it. Still not. Oh, wait, did I save? Wait. Yes, okay. Well, let's figure out where the problem is then. Okay. Okay, so it's an error in edit.ejs while compiling. That's fine. Miss Babel, you can head over to my GitHub if you want to see the full code all at once. Exclamation point GitHub. I'm sure somebody can link the specific repo. Let's see. Unexpected token parenthesis. Okay. Gonna check it. Okay, so we've got task. All that decorative coding, yeah. And actually, I can make this bigger too. Okay. Looking. Sometimes you just gotta look at it. To-do list, to-do task. For each task, do stuff. And then if our task ID is equal to ID task, then display a form. And if it's not equal, then do other things. Title, content. Oh, wait, I know. Haha, I found it. Okay, so I have an extra parenthesis right here. That's it. Extra parenthesis. That'll do ya. Because why did I say that? Well, because my else statement here's my opening bracket for my else statement, right? Else, and then I know I'm going to need to close that else statement, so I do it here. I don't need a parenthesis there. Just closing the else. However, I do need one here because I have a for each and I'm starting my function. So we're just matching parentheses here. Open parenthesis, open bracket. This for each loop runs, and then we close it down here. Beep boop. That's all we need. Okay, let's try again. We can do it. I believe in us. Hey! We got it. We're good. What are we using for the rest of the stack? We're going to be using React very soon, I hope. I've been stuck with EJS for way too long. And I know, some folks are learning React on their own, and that's amazing. I haven't gotten started with it yet just because, I'm trying to stick to the class material in some cases, even though I really do want to move on. Missing catch. Yeah, React and React is definitely, I think, coming up. So Miss Babel here, just go to CRUD. There we go. Gotta make this bigger so I can navigate. All right. Nope, wrong. Use, edit. So here's a direct link to the edit.ejs if you are lost in the sauce and want to compare. That's the direct link to the posted version. ID task not defined. So Blip, you're going to want to check your server. So check your server.js and check your edit here, and make sure that you, in your rendering, when you're rendering your edit.ejs and you're setting up that object, make sure that you have an ID, a key called ID task, and you're passing the ID that way. Yeah. Well, so Miss Babel, what's the rule, right? You spend 20 minutes. If you can't get it in 20 minutes, then you look for the solution, and then you understand why the solution is the way it is, and then you try again. Oh yeah, another spell. Yeah, those spelling errors, they'll get you, right? Yeah. Okay. So this looks like it's rendering properly now. Let's see. So I think I have the edit. So the edit route is all set up. So I'm going to see if I can go ahead and edit this task. Like, because it's displaying it, right? So it's clearly getting it. It's got the ID. I'm going to see if I can edit the content of this task. All right. And see if that will work. So theoretically, I click this. It should redirect me and show the edited task. Hey, look at that. So it took me back to the home page like we wanted, and it shows me the edited content. Yeah. And on the EJS, I know this is like, it's easy to get lost in the sauce with, okay, what are we even doing here? But I think rather than getting, being able to code along with this perfectly, I think what's more important is you just understand what's happening. Even if you can't, get it working by just hand coding it yourself right now, understanding what's happening is more important. So do we have a feel for what's happening here on the edit page? You had some copy and paste debris. Yeah, that'll happen. Absolutely. Debris. I like it. So do we understand what's happening here on this page? What is it? Do we understand what this EJS is actually doing? Or are you just like, I don't know, I don't care? Who cares if it's working on your machine? Just what is it, do you get what it's doing? I think chat is dead. I think I killed you. Well, either way, we got this working, right? We were able to edit our content. We were able to, click on the edit button for any one of these. We're now able to edit our content, right? And I think edit content, perfect. EJS is to blame. Yeah, exactly, Sapiens. It's just iterating. That's all it's doing. It's just a for loop. We've seen for loops, forever, right? In all sorts of contexts. It just looks weird because it's in between EJS tags. And it looks weird because it's sandwiched in a bunch of HTML. But what it's doing is something we're very familiar with, right? If, right, loop through, if our task ID matches something we're familiar with, display a form. And if it doesn't, then display a regular list item. That's all it's doing. Yep. Exactly. Yep, you're exactly right, Zyru. Yeah, so I think with that, I think we deserve a break. When we come back, I swear we're on the home stretch. What have we done? As far as CRUD, what have we done? We've created something. We've read something, right? We've created something when we post a new task. We have read something when we, read the list of tasks and generate it on the page. Right here, this is our read. We've edited when we click on the edit button and do this stuff. So we've done our update. Not a put, but, close enough. We are updating. And what's the last thing we need to do? What haven't we done yet? Delete, indeed. Yes, exactly. That's the last thing we need to do as far as logic. And then after that is just styling, and that's, that's fluff. That's marshmallow fluff on the cupcake. Right. And so we will do both of those things after this break. We will set up our delete. And actually, deletes are easy. Deletes are easy peasy lemon squeezy because all you need is the ID for the thing you want to delete. It doesn't care what the content is. We're just blowing it away. It's about to be atoms and dust. It's going to get Infinity Stone Thanos snapped out of existence, right? So all we need is the ID. That's all we're going to pass in. And then we're just going to blow it away. So that's all we need to do. And then it'll just be CSS from there, and you all can watch me flounder with CSS. So that'll be fun for everyone, I'm sure. All right, break time. Let's do it. And also, too, somebody I saw that foster kitten cam. So I think Ryan Hawkins still has one out there from ages ago for foster kitten cam. Like as soon as I think Ryan, if you're still on here, Ryan, I think you do. But definitely Wodu just redeemed a foster kitten cam. So I may be able to oblige you. The foster kittens that I got on Wednesday are now they are now less spicy than they were. So I'm going to see if I can get one of them in here when we get back from the break. So stick around. If you're thinking about dropping off, just stick around for another few minutes. We'll see if we can't get a little baby kitty on cam when I come back from the break. Sound good? Yeah, good. Cool. Okay, break time. Kitten when we come back. And thank you for the redemption there, Wodu. Kittens. And they are very cute. Still. They were always cute, but now they're less spicy. And that makes that makes them a lot easier to work with. Okay, here we go. Timer's going. See you in 5 with a kitten. Incoming carnage. No. Like I say, they're much better than they were. Yeah, exactly. You all deserve a reward for sitting through some EJS. So you get a kitten. Okay, folks, come on back, come on back. I've got a kitten here. We'll see how long it lasts. I will show you all in just a moment. 30 more seconds to kitten reveal. See how long before she freaks out. Yeah, you're a good girl, aren't you, sweetheart? Yes, you are. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and stop the timer. Yeah, we've got a kitty here. Ta-da! The kitty. A little better. There we go. There we go. Hi. Yeah. Oh, she's purring now. Yeah. I don't know if you can hear that. Yep, so this is one of the kittens that actually does not have a name yet. So you can redeem channel points to name this little kiddo if you would like to. Yeah, she's a very good girl. She likes to talk. She likes to purr really loudly. I don't know if my microphone is picking it up. Yeah. Probably I put my noise canceling is probably canceling it out, but yeah, no, she's a very good girl. She's purring super loud right now. And yeah, she's a great little nugget. Yeah, so there are 2 more kittens that need names out of this litter. So 2 have already been named. One is named Billy Tay. The other one is named Xenos the World Destroyer. So 2 of them already have names. 2 of them still need names. This is one of them that still needs a name. The other one that needs a name is very long-haired and fluffy, and unfortunately I can't really hold her yet. She's still not super enthusiastic about me being there. So, you gonna purr for me, sweet pea? There we go. She's touching my microphone. Yeah, no, she'll get there. None of these guys would let me even touch them when I first brought them home. None of them let me even touch them. They all ran away from me, hid in the carrier, that kind of thing. And so they all get there after a while. And now she runs up to see me when I come in the room. So kittens are really flexible that way. They love, they like I say, they're really flexible. They can learn to love human contact. You just need to be gentle and patient with them. Yeah. Wanted to say for name redemption, but these points are burning a hole in my pocket. Yeah. Oh, good. I'm glad you could. I'm glad you could hear the purr. So, yeah, it looks like some of you are close to those channel points. So, yeah, 2 more need names. So you can definitely redeem those channel points if you want to name this little one, or There's a long-haired one that's also solid black, just like this one. Yeah, she's making biscuits. Yeah, she's digging her claws into me. Yes, you are. Okay, well, I'm gonna go put her back so we can finish this app. But yeah, I'm glad I was able to show her to you, and because she's a little champ. Yeah, sweet pea. Yeah, she's really making some biscuits. You can see it. Yeah, she's super happy right now. Kitty wants to learn JavaScript. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna put her back. I will be right back. 2 seconds, and then we will keep going and finish up this app. How many channel points? I forget. I honestly don't remember 25,000, I think. Yeah, somebody said 25,000. 25,000 channel points. You want to name her or her sister. Like I say, 2 of them already have names, so supply is limited. Better get in there. I am kind of holding her up though, so I can't code with one hand. I will have to put her back. But yes, no, I think, and I think I think somebody else redeemed a cat cam a while back as well. So I will bring out another foster kitty probably on my next stream, a different kitten, and you'll be able to see them as well. Okay. Yes, sweet pea. I know. I'm gonna put you back. Okay, I'll be right back. All right. And we're back, and the dog is back in the room. Okay. Yes. And somebody asked, do I ever get the urge to keep any of the kittens that I have fostered? Um, Sometimes, but I've fostered for many years now. And so what's more important to me is seeing the kittens get adopted. And I've seen that several times. I've watched people walk out of the shelter with my kittens. And to me, that's more rewarding than if I were to just keep them for myself. You get more out of doing something like this when you're able to spread that to when you're able to spread that experience to other people, versus just keeping them all for myself, right? So yeah, sometimes I get the urge if there's a particular little gem in a litter, but I just know there's always more. There's always more kittens. They always need more help. And so that's what I do. Yeah. Any tips for someone just starting to learn JavaScript? Well, do exclamation point Leon in the chat, Leon. Yep, just like what Rascal did there. So just visit our Discord, and we are happy to help you. And check out Leon on Twitch. And Leon teaches courses that help people go from zero to hero as far as coding, and they're free. It's all on YouTube. It's all on Twitch. You don't got to pay for anything ever. It's all free. No catch. Just sit down and learn. So that's what I would say is the best way to learn JavaScript. It's how I'm learning JavaScript. So yeah, that would be my recommendation. Exactly, Goofer. Yep. Check out Leon and Code Wars. Two good recommendations. Yep. Okay, and Crispy Nugget, you'll be happy to hear that the kitten that you named, Xenos, Xenos the World Destroyer, um, every time I walk into the room, he meows at me like a chain smoker. He's got the best meow. It's like, and yowls at me every time I walk into the room. So he's super loud, and really demands attention. So I think his name is appropriate. Yes. Oh, thank you, homie coder. Yep. Total, like just an absolute raspy, nasty meow. It's great. Super loud. And at night when he plays with his sisters, like he's the one that he just yowls and screams. It's just so funny. Yeah. All right. Anyway, we are done with all of that nasty EJS stuff. All the nastiness is done. We can now go back to our server and essentially make our final route. So we talked about it before the break. We've done the create, we've done the read, we've done the update. The last thing that we need to do is our delete. And deletes are fairly straightforward. Basically, it just needs to know which ID, which item to delete by ID, and then it's going to blow it away. So we've already hooked up the wiring for that when we made our index.ejs. We already put in a delete button. We just don't have it hooked up to anything right now. So we're going to fix that, and we are going to set up that wiring right now. I'm going to redeem a cat cam during one of the future gaming streams. If you want to. I mean, I'm sure we'll be healthy and we'll take breaks during those streams as well. I'm not going to be, just marathoning. I might do that to myself, but I'm not going to do that to you all. Yes, I am going to start doing some gaming streams starting with the game Stray, which comes out on July 20th. I don't know that I'll be streaming on July 20th, but at some point shortly after, I'm going to have a gaming stream and we're going to play Stray together. Yeah. And I thought it was an appropriate game to start with for obvious reasons. Okay, so the last thing we're going to do is we're going to have a delete. And first off, what we're going to do is we're going to be listening for a certain route. And that route, if we don't remember what it was a while ago, let's just check back and look at our delete button. So here's our delete button right here with this X. So our path is essentially going to be remove with a slash and then an ID. Okay, so our route is just going to be slash remove slash, and since I'm passing it in as a parameter, I need to put the colon in there, slash remove slash colon ID. Okay, and then after that, You pre-ordered Stray 1 hour ago? Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it looks like super fun. I'm super excited about it. It's like the most pre-ordered game on Steam, so a lot of folks are excited about it. Originally, I thought it was just going to be a PlayStation exclusive, and I was really excited to see that it was also getting a PC release. Let's hope that it's a decent, if it is a port, let's hope it's a decent port. I don't know what the development process was like. I just thought it was a PlayStation game. But anywho, so we're going to do something similar to what we did before, but this time we're going to do a get, and we're going to use another method called find by ID and remove this time. So get, have our rec and our res. Again, we're going to set our ID to a variable. We're passing in the ID. We're going to assign it to a variable. Rec, oops, params, because it's passed in as a parameter, ID. And now I can just say to do task find by ID and remove. So specifically, this method right here is going to do exactly what we want, exactly what it says on the tin, right? Find by ID and remove. And all we need to pass in is just the ID. Beep. Oops. Yeah, well, in this case, we're not actually we're not actually using a form. But the thing is, again, we're avoiding, however you want to interpret this, we're avoiding writing any client-side JavaScript. So by client-side JavaScript, I mean having a having like a main.js file, right? We don't have a main.js. The only JavaScript file that we have that's not a schema is server.js. And that's not on the client side, that's on the server side. So we're doing a little bit of fudging to get out of having to write a client-side JavaScript file. And so, part of that is avoiding fetches. And so for a lot of these other methods, we would have to use fetch. Exactly the way you say, keep safe. Yep. We are avoiding fetches. Now, not saying that's the right thing to do. I don't want to say it's preferred. I don't want to say any of that. I'm just saying this is a way to do it. I like to try to avoid, saying best practice or preferred or whatever, unless, that's explicitly the case. I would say this is probably not the preferred way to do it, but it is a way to do it. Yep, and it kind of helps us know how we can manipulate these methods, these built-in methods, to still do what we want, regardless of how we pass it. Yeah. So here we have a method that's going to do exactly what we want. Find by ID and remove. Can do, right? And that's all we need to do. It's just going to say, yep, passing the ID. It's going to blitz it. We don't got to do anything else here. But I'm going to add a little bit of extra, just kind of the same thing we've been saying before. If there's an error, send status 500 and return the error, right? Send back the error. And then once the item is deleted, we want to do a redirect back home. And that will just display the home page, and that item will be gone. So that's all there is to that. So my server is running, no errors this time. This one was fairly straightforward. It works, good. So let's go ahead and delete a task. So I'm going to cancel. I'm going to go back to the home page. Got our tasks listed out here, and I'm just going to delete task 1 down here. The server side is Express. Yes. Yep. We are using Express. That's correct. Keep safe. So click the X. And it's gone. Hello. It's gone. Yep. And again, beep. It's gone. And if we go ahead and refresh Mongo, I'm expecting that I'm only going to see one task in there. And that'll be task 2. So in Mongo, yep, we're down to just one task, task 2. Which was the last one that we left in place. Mongo does have a command line interface. Yeah, it's called Mongosh or Mongo SH. I don't know how you're supposed to say it. But yeah, you can install it. And yeah, and do things in the command line if you prefer. Yep, Mongosh, yeah, exactly. I played around with it a little bit. It can do a lot of stuff, absolutely. Mongosh, indeed. Yeah. Yeah, you can use Compass as well. Atlas is what we're using in 100 devs, which is, the course we're all in. So I'm really sticking to Atlas, but Compass and the client, and the command line interface are fun to mess with, certainly. Yep. Yeah, okay, so that's all the logic, really. We're done with that. And, again, if you came in late or you got lost in the sauce or you need help catching up, here is the link to the specific repo that contains all the code that we've just been typing out here for the last, I don't know, 4 hours. I think my estimate at the start of this was 3 to 4 hours, right? And we are at what? What's my uptime? Hang on. 4 hours and 52 minutes. We almost hit 5 hours. We haven't even done our CSS yet. Oh, so CSS is next, and then we'll be done. So when the whole thing is done, it's going to look like this. Not including kitty time. Yeah. Oh, thanks, long humans. Yeah. Well, we're still going. If you want to practice some CSS, we're going to make this look like this. Okay? So I know we tend to neglect CSS, me included. I'm guilty of it. I neglect my CSS. But I think it's worth practicing because I forget who was saying it. Was it Zena was saying it earlier? Oh, no, sorry, Mavi. Mavi was saying it earlier that just our minimal practice on CSS, our CSS is so much better than like most people out there. And if you can make good looking apps, I mean, that's the first thing. Like people are very visual, right? And so they're going to see something that looks good. And by definition, it's going to, feel good to them. They're going to want to know, ooh, who made this? How did they make it? That kind of thing. KeepSafe says, as a backend dev, I hate CSS. So KeepSafe, yes, I am actually a backend dev as well. I am a SQL developer by my day job. Just straight, plain, vanilla SQL. Basic, relational database coding. SQL all day, every day. And that was it. Before I joined this course, I was a SQL dev through and through, all day, every day. And so, yes, I fully understand your dislike of CSS and styling. A lot of the stuff that I make, I am perfectly comfortable with it looking like this because SQL is not a pretty language either. But most people are very visual, and so they like things that look good. And some people, I'm impressed by people who are very good at CSS. I just like, wow, that's amazing. I just don't have an eye for style. I just don't. Yeah. Okay, but let's blast this CSS. We'll get our app looking good, and then we will be done for the day. Okay, let's do it. All right, let's style some CSS. All right, so we'll set up some initial stuff to apply across the board. I just want to kind of blank out. You could use like I can't even remember what they're called anymore. Like those clean slate templates and stuff like that can just wipe default styling. I'm just going to do a really janky clean on the styling. Get rid of default margins, get rid of default padding, and change the box sizing to border box, which will incorporate any borders into the box dimensions, right? Yeah, normalize reset. That's right. Yeah, I couldn't even remember what it was called. Yeah, Bootstrap. Yeah, Bootstrap does come with built-in templates. It's still good to practice a little bit of default CSS. Now, also inside the body, we're going to set a background for the whole page. Background. And I'm just going to set the background. I mean, you could use background color or whatever, but I'm just going to set the background as dark blue. And I'm going to set my font family. Remember, we imported some fonts from Google earlier. So whether you set yours as Comic Sans or Roboto or whatever, I'm going to use the font that I imported from Google Fonts approximately 50 years ago, back when we were all 10 years younger. So that is Edu, mine is Edu TAS Beginner. I just like the way it looks. But then my default is going to be sans serif. You always want to have a default in case your regular font does not work. Do I use yes? No, I don't. I don't really use very many plugins at all, other than like Live Server and stuff, just because I'm still trying to learn and I don't want a lot of crutches. So I'm trying to avoid using extra plugins and that kind of thing, just because I'm on a, I'm trying to learn and get muscle memory. But I'm sure I'll expand my list of plugins eventually. Yeah, and you can also do after and before. Yeah. How long have I been going for? 5 hours. Yeah. All right. So let's go ahead and format our container. So what is the container? Well, it's this, I don't know if you can really see it, but it's this kind of this rectangle. It's the bucket. It's the bucket that holds all of our to-do list content. So we're going to format that bucket with some general formatting, and then we'll get more specific as we drill down, right? Because what is CSS style for? What does CSS stand for? So this is my to-do container. Yeah, cascading style sheets, exactly, right. And so CSS stands for cascading style sheets. And what is it called when we start big, right? Like I'm going to start with just doing some general formatting on this big bucket. And then we're going to drill down and get even more, we're going to drill down as we go. So what is it called when we do that? There's a word for that. So I'm going to set my font color overall to be white. It's Homie Coder got it. It's called specificity, right? It's called specificity when we start big, but then we can, use like, specific tags and specific classes and specific IDs to target specific objects. Yeah. Oh yeah, right, Lalo. It's been a while since we've talked about this. That's why I wanted to cover it. Normally I tend to kind of like skim over CSS just because I don't like it, but we got to talk about this stuff, right? Otherwise we'll forget it. Okay, so I'm going to put it, and I'm also going to put it in an absolute position. Position absolute. And that way, so no matter like how I resize the window, I always want it to kind of like float. I want it, or not float. I want it to be like stuck in the middle. No matter how I resize the window, it needs to be in the middle and in a certain position. So I'm going to set some values here for where it should be positioned. Top left. So that's going to kind of cram it on there and lock it in place. So that's setting where it's going to be, and now we can think about like then the overall width too. I'm also going to set that to be the same no matter how big my window is, right? So if I resize this window here, we can see that this faint box here stayed the same size. Now, why would I do that? Why would I say I'm going to give it a width of, let's remind ourselves about units of measurement in CSS. Why would I do that? Why would I use pixels? Why did I do that? Why didn't I use like percentages or M or rem? Why might I do that? Why did I choose pixels as my unit versus something that something that's flexible? Yeah, devil, exactly. To not be responsive. Yeah, to avoid overflow, to not, yeah, exactly. Those are all good reasons. Responsiveness. I don't want this big bucket, this big rectangle. I don't want it to be responsive because I knew that I was going to be doing stuff like this the whole time I'm working on it, resizing and all that sort of thing. And if I make it too small, then everything inside of it is going to get squished down to the point where it's no longer readable, right? So in this case, I chose a static unit because I want this rectangle to always stay the same size and allow me the flexibility to, you know, do stuff like this with the content. Yeah, I want it to stay 600 at all times, no matter what I do with the window. It will look bad on mobile, but I ain't building a mobile app. But if you're doing that, what you would probably, what might you want to do instead if you were building a mobile app? What might you use? What CSS trick might you use if you're building a mobile app? Media queries, yes. Yeah. So you could have some static values for being on a computer, right? For sizing on a computer. And then you could have a point at which it switches to the media query and everything changes layout and size and becomes flexible and be able to fit on any display. Yeah. That's something you could definitely do. Yep. So that's where you can have some additional flexibility with even the types of units that you're using by using media queries to change how you are dealing with that content. Yeah. Or styling that content depending on the device. Okay. So we got our width, we got the general stuff. So in the interior, I'm going to add some padding. Now, what's the difference between margins and padding? Pop quiz. We've talked about this before, but I think it's worth remembering. What's the difference between margins and padding? Yeah, right. In the box versus out of the box. Exactly. Margin is outside and padding is inside. Now, if I have a width of 600 pixels for my rectangle and a padding of 20 pixels, does that mean that my rectangle is actually 640 pixels wide with a 20 pixel padding on either side? Is that right? Does that mean that my rectangle is 640 pixels wide in real life? Got to think of thinking about yeah, exactly. Arigato. Yep, great answer. Yeah, that's right. It's not. It's still 600 pixels. The padding is inside of the box. I like to think of it as like if you were packing things up to move. If you were packing things up to move, right? If I'm packing up dishes or something like that, what am I going to do inside of a cardboard box? I'm putting dishes inside of a cardboard box. I'm going to probably put some padding inside of the box, like newspaper or foam, to protect my dishes. Now, that padding might be pretty thick if it's something very fragile. Now, but the padding doesn't change the dimensions of the cardboard box, right? The dimensions of the box stay the same. The padding just pushes the interior, makes the interior smaller, right? Exactly. So if you're having trouble thinking about padding versus margin, just think of padding as literal padding. It goes inside the box. It doesn't change the size of the box. It just makes the interior smaller. There you go. Best exclamation on Twitch. Oh, thank you. Okay, so we're essentially, we're putting our rectangle in the appropriate position on the page. We're locking it in, and we're setting the width and we're setting the padding, and so that's going to force all the contents to sit right there as well. All right, so now I'm going to give it a little bit of a background, not a ton. We're going to use RGBA. Okay, what's the difference between RGB and RGBA? This is a blast from the past. Anybody that remembers CSS? I'm just going to use these values. You could select the values on the shader as well. What's the difference between RGB and RGBA? Yeah, exactly. Alpha key, right. We got this extra alpha, extra alpha value right here. And alpha is opacity, or how see-through it is. So in this case, we're just having it be 0.1 opacity, or 0.1, yeah, well, 0.1, so it's very, very see-through, right? We can see in the finished product here, it's very, very see-through. So I'm going to save this. Now we should have a little bit, there we go. Okay, we're starting to get some styling in there. We got our font, we got our rectangle. So I'm just going to switch over to this window, and we'll get to watch this kind of as it gets more styled. So font, rectangles in place. Our content has been kind of forced into position now. Okay, background. I'm going to add a slight border radius onto this of 20 pixels. What does border radius do? What does border radius do? Yes, it rounds the corners. That's right. Yeah, so it takes a rectangle and it gives a little bit of a rounding on all the corners, and you can control the amount of rounding by all the way down to almost like a circle by using the border radius. So and then what else have I done here? I've set the display to flex, and so that's going to allow us to use flexbox on the content and on the contents of this whole thing here. I'm setting a flex direction. So here I've chosen columns. So as things reach an overflow point, they'll be flexed to the next column. And then align items, I'm going to align items in the center. All right, so let's do that. Okay, so that did that for that, but it really didn't change the behavior of any of this other stuff, and that's for various reasons. But we're going to need to do some more specific formatting on a lot of these things to make them behave. That's the challenge of CSS, right? Is making things behave the way you want them to, and figuring out the specificity that you need, and figuring out, you know, the spacing on it, the importance, the point values of things, and that kind of thing. Yeah. So good start. We've got a little bit more to do. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to format, so we formatted the big rectangle that holds all of our stuff. The next thing I'm going to format is the to-do. And now this is the box. I'll forgive you if you don't remember, but this is the box, the interior box inside of our big rectangle that then also holds, that really focuses on just like the text list items. So I'm just going to set a width for this, and we'll see what happens when I set it. PX. We go. So we want there to be a lovely border around this. I'm setting a width for the box holding the list items. There we go. And now what that does is it forces that content to be squished in even more. So we set some padding on it, and I don't even with the padding we probably could have just done up here. We probably could have just done 20 pixels padding top, 20 pixels padding bottom, but it's much easier to just write padding and then have it be overwritten by, the width of our to-do box, which squishes things even more. Yeah. Okay. Next up, I'm going to format my header, my H2. So I'm going to give it some padding. Again, interior, padding. There we go. And what that's going to do in this case is it's, because we didn't set a defined dimension for our H2, it is actually going to force the walls out a little bit, but only because the H2 doesn't have a defined size. The box around the H2 doesn't have a defined size in itself. So in this case, it is going to shove things out a little bit. We probably could have used a margin for that. but margins can be a little tricky when you're working with text. I'm also going to change the font size to 2 rem. Which doesn't really make a difference anyway. I probably could have left it, so that's fine. Dynasty, do exclamation point Leon. L-E-O-N, exclamation point Leon. Welcome, by the way. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so now we're going to format our input box. And this is the input box is right here. Homie Coder says, CSS is like a cat. More time with it equals more fun. Sure. I'm glad you feel that way. So this is our input box right here. Now the first thing I'm going to do is, what do we notice about the font of this box, right? It doesn't match the font that we actually wanted. The thing about, input boxes and these other type of, tagged elements, they don't preserve the global font. So for each of these, we do have to declare our font family. And actually, I'm just going to copy it from up here. I'm not going to be able to type it properly. So I'm just going to copy it from up here. We have to declare it independently. And once I do that, we can see that the font will change. Yeah. So font family is going to be the same as everywhere else. I'm going to give it a little bit of a margin because I want it to distance itself a little bit from the larger text box. So just a small margin, 2 pixels. Give it a little padding on the interior, 5 pixels. Again, this is all subjective stuff, right? It's all styling. And I did that essentially because I want the text to be a little bit away from the border of the input box. All right, and again, border radius. I'm going to add that again, 5 pixels. And I'm also going to set a height. And again, that's because I put a padding that went all the way around, but I do want to force shrink the height down to just 20 pixels. And that should do it for our input box. There we go. Much better. So we can see it's got rounded corners. It looks nice and beveled. We've got a little bit of padding on the left. And yeah, it looks decent. So the width is still not full screen, but we will get there. All right, so the next thing I'm going to format is my text area box. And again, I need to bring in the font family. Bring that in there. And another thing I'm going to do here, which I don't necessarily have to, given the dimensions that we're applying to this thing, but still, it's worth talking about. I'm going to set display block. What does that mean? What am I trying to do here anyway? What does it mean when I specify a display something? Again, I don't need it here. It's useless, but it's still worth recalling what it is. Yeah, right. If I specify display block, the item should be forced onto a new line, right? Because it can't coexist with anything else on the same line. Therefore, it gets shunted to a new line. Again, it doesn't matter here. The way we're setting this up, it squishes itself in such a way that it's going to wrap, appropriately. But in this case, you can use display to force things into a certain position. Yeah, Scotty, so, using the break tag, that's one of those things where you can get into like the separations of concerns and what is styling and what is not. And, that's another one of those things you could argue until, it's like section versus div. You can argue until the cows come home about what's right or not. But yeah, it's good to be familiar with both, I think. Yeah. Break versus, display type, and also, how to use Flexbox to force things onto the appropriate lines and that kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, because it's inline by default, right? We saw that when this didn't have any styling, our input box sat right next to our text area box. Faces versus tabs, absolutely. Yeah, okay. And again, let's see, some of this stuff I don't need. Some of this stuff was when I was just messing with the styling and, you know, trying to get it to do what I wanted. So I don't think this is necessary. Like, I don't think width 100 is really necessary. Oh, I guess it is. It is. It does make it a little wider. The default width that I set wasn't quite wide enough. So setting it to width 100 is going to make it as wide as it can be within its parent container. So actually, another thing I'm going to do here real quick is I'm going to do our old friend, except I'm going to use outline instead, just to show you how this is containerizing itself. There we go. So we can see that all of these items exist within a container, right? And we have specified the specific width for that container. So if I set width 100, %, not pixels or anything like that, I set width 100%, it's going to make itself as wide as it can within its parent container, right? That's why we like to nest things, because we can better control how things behave within their buckets. Yeah. So we'll get rid of this line here in a little bit, but I want to be clear on, you know, how things are containerized within our layout. Nested. All right, so again, we're gonna have a border radius, 5 pixels. We did it before. Beep boop. We got our font family. All right, cool. So that'll round those corners for us. Yeah. Bosby, K&H says, yeah, well, we're still going. Yeah, this might be my longest stream ever. I don't know. We're getting there. I didn't intend it to be, honestly. I never do, and then it just happens. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to format, we're kind of going in sequence here, right? We did this box first. We did this box second. Oh, I forgot to do some padding. Add some padding in there. There we go. Little padding, make it look better. Okay. Next thing I'm going to do is format this button. To do header. Gosh dang, I'm losing the ability to spell, even worse. Button. I'm going to format the button. And I'm going to give it a color of white. No border. Because by default, the button will have a border. So if you want to do your own formatting, you kind of got to like negate that out. We can also control how our cursor looks when we hover over the button. So right now, by default, it's kind of hard for me to tell whether or not this button is actually going to work, right? Because I move my cursor over it and I don't really see a visual difference. But what I can do instead is I can actually set a default cursor value. So I can set cursor to pointer. And when I do that, watch what happens. When I do that, my cursor changes to the little finger, which basically tells me that, hey, this is something I can click on and I should click on it. So it's just a little visual indicator there that helps you, you know, give some visual feedback to the user, right? Cursor pointer gives you a little finger. I'm giving you all the finger. I'm sorry. All right. And I'm going to put a little, come on, there we go. I'm going to put a little margin on there. I'm going to put a little padding on there. Yeah, Chris, right. It's a super review. The super review none of you asked for. Yes, exactly. All right. Background color. I'm just going to make it, is there a lime green? Yeah, lime green. There we go. I don't want to deal with RGB values. And, oh, and I need my font family as well because, actually, nope, I'm not going to put it there. So let's watch what happens if I try to put, font family there. No, actually, I think I know what to do. Sorry, I just figured something out. So I put the font family here in my button styling, put it in there, and I save it, and it doesn't work. And if you look back at my original app, it doesn't work there either, but I think I just figured out why. So bear with me for 1 second. In my index.ejs file, I have my form, and I have my button, and I have my icon, but I put the text for the button inside of the span, and I should have put it inside of the button. So I'm going to try this and see if it works. I needed to move it out of the span inside the button. All right, let's try that. Hey, there we go. I fixed it. Yay. Go me. All right. I'm going to put a space in front of that too. It'll look better with a space. There. Cool beans. Okay. I solved something today. Great. All right. So I fixed my button styling. That's all set. Now, so we've made it through this item. We've made it through this item. We made it through the button styling. And now we are down to our task list and our icons. Okay, so what do we want to do here? Well, we kind of want our tasks to all be nice and horizontal, right? We want them to be clearly delineated with a background of some kind. We want the title. We want the content to be a little smaller. So if we have multi-line content, it displays a little better. We want things kind of centered, like evenly spaced. And we want the icons to be the proper colors and sit over on the right. So this is a little bit of like using space, right? Figuring out how we put different elements that are different types, how we arrange them in a given space. And this can be really difficult. And I fought with I fought with getting these little icons arranged properly for a while. So hopefully this might help somebody anyway. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is just some general formatting on the list itself. I want to remove these bullets. I don't want bullet points in my list. So anybody remember how I might do that? How do I get rid of the bullet points in a list? What property do I use? Anybody remember? There's a blast from the past. Probably haven't done this in a while. Oh, rascal. No, that is the right answer. Yes. Yes. List style is none. Yep. So when I do that, bullet points go bye-bye. Yep. You knew it had none in the name? That's a good start. Yeah. So all the bullet points and all the list items go bye-bye when I do that. So now we can focus on the specific now we can focus on the specific items themselves. So first off, we're going to start with the rectangles that are around each item. So this part. All right. We're drilling down as we go, right? We're cascading. We're starting with the big picture, high level stuff, and as we go down, we're not only physically moving down through the page, we're moving down in specificity in the things we're targeting as well. So we could have used IDs here. I kind of just did it with classes, but you could also use IDs. The more specific that you get. So inside of each item. I want to set padding 10 pixels. I'm going to set a margin on the top of 10 pixels. I don't want a border. I want it to be flat. I want to set a radius of 5 pixels. Now this has nothing to do with a border itself necessarily. It's just the corners, the rounding of the corners, right? I'm going to give it a slight background. With some pretty, pretty sharp opacity. I'm going to change these values to 0. I want it to be pretty much black, but very highly transparent. Couldn't think of the word transparent earlier. Okay, and so now inside of each of these list item boxes, I want them to be flexed. So I want to flex the contents. The boxes themselves are already going to be flexed. They're stacking. They're stacking in column form, right? So if we flex in columns, things are going to vertically stack until they can't anymore, and then they will loop to the next column. However, I want the contents of each of these boxes, so essentially all this stuff, I want the contents of each of these boxes to also be flexed. And in this case, I'm going to set a flex direction of row. Now, theoretically, what that should mean is that if my text hits the edges of its real estate, it should flex to a new row. Hey, Mickey Dev. Hey, so we just finished a big old CRUD app, and now we're doing the CSS styling. Goofer, I actually don't remember. Yes, I don't remember what the default is. Yeah, that's a great question. I do not recall. I just always specify. But, I mean, that's a good question. Yeah. So now if I refresh this, okay, so now we can see that it's put everything on a single line and it's all squished together. So we're going to need to fix that, but now it looks better than it did. We can see we got our nice rectangle with a background, and it's all squishy. Okay, so next I'm going to actually style the content. So to do list item content, and I'm going to specify my font size. I want this to be a little smaller. This is the actual, this is the actual content of our task. So I'm going to do 0.8 rem there, a little smaller. Going to give it a left margin and a right margin. Okay, so margin left, I'm just going to set it like 10 pixels, put some distance in here, and on the right as well. The right's not specifically necessary. That could probably be removed, but whatever. The nice thing about CSS is it'll cancel itself out if it's not needed. So there. And once I change that, we can see that the content of my task is now a little bit smaller, which is going to allow us to cram more in there if we have very long tasks. Yeah. I love how I have more viewers now that I'm doing CSS than I have in like a little while. Nobody wants to do EJS, but people are like, oh, CSS, I can do that. I feel like I lost so many viewers during the EJS portion, and I don't blame y'all. Yeah, it's funny. But it's like, oh, thank goodness, CSS. Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, we also need to think about, though, how do we format things if we're on that edit page, right? Because it's not just the home page, it's the edit page as well. So if I click edit, right now it looks a little wonky, right? Like if I'm editing this content, actually, I'm going to add one more item here. Oh, and my formatting changed. Actually, I think I do need to add that display block, but that's all right. Add task. Oh, and I even typed, I said add text. Whoops. All right, so I've added another thing there. We're going to edit it. It's okay, we'll fix it. So now I can see that, my input box is on top. It just looks a little weird. So when something is in the list and I'm editing it there, I'm going to say to-do list item and then the form. So notice I put a space in between here, right? So I'm looking for things with the to-do list item class, but I'm leaving a space here because I'm targeting specifically form items with this class. Remember, the dot means we're targeting a class, whereas if I just leave this just as is, I'm targeting a type of thing. I'm targeting like a type of tag, right? So here I'm targeting forms with the to-do list item class. So I'm going to set it with a width of 100% and display flex as well. All right. There we go. Looks slightly better. My confirm button is messed up. Confirm and cancel still don't look good, but we'll get there. Oh no, you're fine, Cube. I'm kidding. I was totally kidding about the EJS thing. No, no, totally kidding. Yeah, and that's an important clarification, M. Yes, exactly. It is forms that are, yeah, we need to think about it. Specificity, you are correct. It is forms inside. So it looks for the class first. It says, okay, what is in this class? Are there any forms that are inside of this class? Yes, that's very important, and I appreciate that you called that out. Yep. And so we're going to do something very similar here with the input boxes as well. So again, we're going to look inside of the to-do list item, and we're going to specifically target this form, this input box right here, because it is inside of the to-do list item class. Yep. Now I'm curious, again, this is one of those things I've been messing with for a while, so I don't know if this is gonna be necessary or not. Just want to try this real quick. I have some remnants of, yeah, that's not gonna do anything. So I had a flex grow in there originally, but it's not doing anything, so because it's not needed anymore. CSS tends to go in layers, and like you try stuff and then you forget to remove other things, and you know, it's one of those things. So yeah, we can probably take that out, but border none. I have no border on this. Actually, no, I want a border. Never mind. Scratch that. I want a border. I like the way it looks with the border. All right, and then the last thing we're gonna do is a border radius. 5 pixels and save. Okay. There. I got a little bit of a margin there. It kind of separates the two. Why did I have 20 pixels for my right margin? I don't like that. Yuck. There. Okay. Yeah, homie, I mean, I felt like my class names were getting kind of long. Yeah, I could have started a new class type, and then I was like, well, I might forget what I'm targeting, and so I just like, yeah, I'm just gonna do it this way and say like, look, to-do list item, and then target the input box. But yeah, with like a lot of CSS, it's very subjective, so yeah, I could have been more careful with my class names and probably been more, I guess I didn't realize how many class names I was gonna have. Or I could have even given these a specific ID as well. Could have done that too. Yeah. Okay, so we got our input, and then the last two things we need to sort out kind of are our two buttons here, confirm and cancel. So these buttons look like garbage right now, so we're just gonna kind of clean those up a little bit. So again, to-do list item, and we have a confirm button there. I want to make the text white. Text decoration. Okay, here's a good one. What is text decoration? And why do I want to say text decoration none? What is that? What is that? And why am I removing it? Also gonna have border none. Yeah, right. It's like default style, like default extra styling on the text, like strike through or underline and that kind of thing. Yeah, so I'm just clearing that out. Yeah, for the default style of links. Now for the confirm button, that's not really relevant. But for the cancel button, it certainly is, right? Cancel button absolutely has one. Yeah. So for confirm, we got that. Now border radius. Again, little border on there, just matching everything kind of appearance wise. Cursor, I'm going to change that to pointer. Again, I want it to look very clickable. Padding is going to be 5 pixels. Background color is going to be just light green is fine. What did I say? I might have said, I think I should say lime green. There we go. Lime green. Thank goodness for built-in colors. I am not a good color picker. Little left margin on there. This probably won't really matter. No, I think it will actually. Max height. So I'm also setting a max height here. So what's the difference between like saying height, like saying height 20 pixels versus saying max height 20 pixels? What's the difference there? I'm just set the max height to 30 pixels here. And also gonna pop in my font family. And I'm gonna force it to a new line display block. We'll see if that works. I don't think that's gonna work, but. So, I mean, but generally font inheritance does work, but in the case of buttons, buttons don't like to inherit fonts. They just don't. They like to stick with their default styling. Yeah. So, yeah, Devil, thanks for chipping in there. So height explicitly sets the height, whereas max height, so this right here, max height basically gives a little room to breathe, but the max height basically says, hey, look, it can get as tall as this. That's the maximum threshold. So it could be smaller, but it can't be any bigger than X. Yeah. Oh, nice. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, MY. Yeah. Input button. Okay. I didn't know that. I did not know that. That's awesome that you can actually inherit stuff like that. Oh, posture check. Okay, thank you. My standing desk helps my posture a little bit, but it's still not great. All right, let's save that. See what the button looks like now. Hey, there we go. That's a much better button. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I guess the resets that I've used so far don't, but that's really cool to know that that's a thing. Hey, Max Kowalski. Yeah, we're still rolling, baby. I think this is my longest stream. Wait, no. I think I had a 6-hour stream one time, right? Yeah. Somebody remind me. I don't remember. I think I blocked it out. All right, so let's do the cancel button. We are rocking and we are rolling, finishing up our CSS. Oh, good, Epicat. Perfect. Yeah. What's the stack? Well, kind of MERN stack. For this particular project, it's MEN. Essentially, we're not using React, we're using EJS instead. Yeah, we're using EJS instead of React because we haven't learned React yet. But yeah, so yep, that's the stack, MERN, technically. All right, so the cancel button is going to be very similar. I'm actually just going to grab everything from inside of my confirm and just drop it in there. No need to retype everything. Some of it's not going to, some of it applies, some of it doesn't. And I'm going to change the button color to red. And we'll see how that looks. Hey, there we go. Looks good enough to me. It's not perfect, but whatever. Copy paste for the win, baby. Okay. Now, the next thing I want to do is kind of target my list items down here. So we did a little bit of work with them, but I want to do more. I don't want them to be all squished like this. Everything's over to the left. I don't like it. I want it to look more like this, where everything has plenty of space to spread out. And so we're going to see if we can make things spread out a little bit. Do list item. Now, theoretically, I'm going to see with the way I wrote this, if I can target the divs inside of my to-do list, I can format them and make them take up more space. So let me just reacquaint myself here. I can kind of force things outward this way, theoretically. We'll see. I'm going to try a flex grow of 2. We'll see what this does. Yeah, there we go. Nice. That's exactly what I wanted. So what am I doing here? Well, essentially, I'm making these 2 things, which are in divs. I'm making these 2 things squish everything out, grow twice as big or take up twice as much space as the other things, which are our little edit button and our little X here, and forcing the edit button and the X all the way to the side. So that was the goal there. So just shoving them out of the way. Yeah, I could have done space between as well. Yep. Cube said, do I think about not repeating CSS styles to avoid duplication? Not usually, no. I usually don't care about CSS enough to do cleanup. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I'll go through, try to eliminate redundancy, or I'll even, so another thing, you can do is you can inspect and see, like, for each element, like what styles are being applied and what gets crossed out, what's redundant, and see if there's things you can eliminate that way. That's another way you can do it. Usually I don't. I mean, it's, yeah. So, well, okay, we can try that. Let's see. So if I do, is it align items, right? Align item, wait, what is it? What is the, somebody remind me. Space between, is align content? What is it? Justify content, that's it. Or is it, do I have to do justify self, I wonder? Well, we'll try it both ways. Okay, maybe justify self. Because I'm targeting the items itself that I want to change. Nope. I always end up trying all these. Yeah, it needs to be on the parent. That's right. Yeah, so let's do, okay, let's try it up there then. It needs to go on the, not the input, not the form. I think here, yeah. Nope, not self or content. Okay, content then. Just try all of them until something works. That's my philosophy with CSS. Nope. Still doesn't like it. Maybe here. We'll just move it up. We'll keep moving up the row. This might be it. Hey, okay, there we go. Yeah, it doesn't do exactly what I wanted, because I want my edit button to be over on the right as well. Yeah, you can do align self on the child. Yeah, yeah. Or self, anything self on the child itself. Yeah, it's yeah, so I'm curious now. I just want to kind of see what happens. So I'm gonna leave it like that for just for now. I'm gonna take this off. Yeah, okay, perfect. So I'll leave that as is. All right, and then I'm gonna try and see. Before I do anything else, I'm gonna try something here. I just want to see if it works with this change that we made. So I'm gonna just focus on the edit button for now. To-do list item, and then looking at specifically at this edit button right here. Color, I'll just make it lime green. And gonna give it a little bit of a right margin, not a ton. Don't want to be right next to each other, but not too close. Cursor is going to be pointer. Text decoration, I guess it doesn't really matter in this case. But I guess I don't want to change color once it's clicked. So, but maybe that won't matter. I don't know. Text decoration, I don't know why it's not responding to me, but whatever. Text decoration is going to be none. And then what I want to try here is I want to try what happens if I do margin auto. That's what I originally had when I had the flex grow on it. Margin auto. I'm just curious. Okay, so that pushed it out so that pushed the content farther away to the left. Yeah. Yeah, I could put them in a div together. I don't really want to change my structure at this point because I have a lot of EJS in here. And I just don't want to make it any gnarlier than it already is. But I see where you're coming from. Yeah, put them in the same div and they will format themselves together. Let me see. Okay, just bear with me for 1 second. Just nobody panic. Nobody panic. Just seeing something here. Okay, so honestly, this is more like what I wanted. Is kind of having like this be centered, and then having this content be centered, have these things on the right, evenly spaced, and these things on the left. And that I was able to do that using FlexGrow. Panic. Yeah. EJS is gnarly. I'm not saying it isn't, Devil. I'm not saying EJS ain't gnarly. But it's what we've been tasked to. It's what we've been. It's what we've been tasked to learn, right? So here we go. So yes, space between is probably the better way to do it. But this does what I want. And I don't have to change my HTML at all, or I don't have to change my EJS at all. This just does it. Again, not saying best practice, but I'm saying it works. Don't kill me. All right, we're almost done. All right, to-do list item. The last thing we're gonna format is the button, and we're gonna have the color be red. I'm sure a CSS expert is gonna, be sending a hitman to my house or something for crimes against CSS, for crimes against style. My whole life is a crime against style. All right, so similar things there. Text decoration, none. I don't think that's super necessary, but all right. Cursor pointer, things are aligned pretty well there. Predator says, "Tell me you're a back-end dev without telling me you're a back-end dev." Yeah, just by saying my life is a crime against style. So the last thing I'm going to do is remove this red outline here. Take that out. All right. Peachy. Okay, and the last thing I want to do too, I also just want to. I think I missed one thing in my input box. One thing I want to make my input box the same width as my content box. So I just need a width 100% on that guy, and that should do it. There we go. I just wanted it to match. Yeah. Okay. So there we go. Now we can, add things. Adding tasks, and once this reaches the boundaries of its box, it will wrap. So we can do a longer task here as well. And add that. So we can see that because we told it to, flex by row, it's going to wrap row wise, and also make room by making the task name a little bit squishier as well. Yeah, you can also you can add hover states as well. So doing things that happen when the cursor hovers over it, whether that's changing color or maybe adding a background or something like that. Yeah. DevDrive says, "I found the stream on the MongoDB.js part and got excited, and then it changed to CSS. Ah, sorry for the rug pull there." This font is good. Yeah, I like this font. It's like handwriting but more readable. Yeah, I like it. Yep. Google has some good fonts. Google fonts are pretty good. So DevDrive, if you want to see the whole stream, it is recorded. It's on VOD, so you can always just go back and watch the VOD too. It's there. It'll be there for 60 days, then it goes to my YouTube channel. I usually post in the YouTube within 2 weeks of air. So you can do !YouTube if you want to see my YouTube channel. That way you can watch my previous videos if you're interested without ads, or without maybe as many ads as Twitch tries to put on there, right? So that's perfectly fine. That's why I put them on YouTube. But yeah, so feel free to rewind this VOD. It's plenty long, and the CSS is probably the shortest part. Plenty of additional content there. But yeah, I think we're pretty much done with CSS. The only thing I might do here is get my button and just add a little border radius on there. Like 5 pixels might even be too much. We'll see. No, that looks really good. Okay, that's what I needed. Border radius, 5 pixels. That looks much better now. So, yay. All right. Well, this was a doozy, wasn't it? But I think it was a pretty good project. I would highly suggest that if you, were able to code along, awesome. If you weren't, feel free to check out the GitHub and take a look at the code. Try to see what it's doing. Again, here's the link to the repo. And at least if you're not able to code along, at least try to understand what's happening at each point. Try to follow the paths as they go from the client-side EJS. Really try to understand what the EJS is doing, even if you can't write it yourself. Try to look at it, follow the paths, try to figure out how it relates to JavaScript concepts that we already know. Follow the paths up to the server, and then what is it doing when it gets to the server? What is it doing with MongoDB? And then what is it sending back down as a response back to the client? And then how is the client using that and rendering it on the page? Try to at least follow the logic if you're not able to, if you weren't able to code along. That would be my goal for you. And then if you are participating in 100 Devs, we have a class starting again on Tuesday, which I'm very much looking forward to. So I'm sure you all are as well. Oh, good, Goofer. I'm glad you had fun. This was a long one, I know. But I appreciate you all for sticking with it. And even those of you who are tuning in now to the VOD, thank you for tuning in. Good, Devil. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, so any other questions before we go? I'm going to start queuing up somebody to raid here while we are talking. Any questions? All right, Goofer. Yeah, head out to the store. Have a good one. Let's think about a raid. Oh man. We got some good people on tonight. So we raided CM Griffing last Sunday, I think. We got Techie Girl, Mifuri. Okay, so oh good, miss. I'm glad. Yeah, we got a couple great people, and I think I'm gonna narrow it down to 2 here. And let you all choose. So we got Freckled Science, who's super fun. They do all sorts of awesome science stuff. Like Rascal said, they are working on butterflies today. Freckled Science loves butterflies, and they're super fun, super energetic. Another great choice, we've got Whistleface. They are not strictly tech related, but they are a super fun DJ. They do a lot of techno, a lot of house, and they just seem like a super nice person. So I like sending things their way. I will pet all the kitties. Yeah. So what do you want? You want Freckled Science or you want Whistleface? Which one do y'all want? You pick. When's the next stream, Dev Drive? You can, on my Twitch homepage, you can check my schedule. My next stream will be on Wednesday evening Eastern. So 7 p.m. Wednesday evening Eastern time will be when you can tune in to me next time. All right. Any suggestions on a raid? Any preferences? A record stream. All right, I'm hearing Freckled Science. Yeah, we can do Freckled. They're always super fun. Oh, thank you, homie. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not sticking around for another 25 minutes though. I'm sorry. I'm done for the night. But I had a really great time with you all tonight, and thank you so much for coming. And let's go ahead and raid Freckled because they are a cool person. All right, here we go. Starting the raid, queuing you all up. And we're going to toss you over to Freckled for some high energy fun, and looking at butterflies, I think, is the thing tonight. All right. I will see you all on Tuesday for class, and then on Wednesday for my next stream. See you soon. Bye-bye.